gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. It's a fun night. You got me on tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons.
Don't try to do
I don't like that.
the voice.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the echo.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Why
I
are you
liked
doing
it.
this?
Doesn't matter.
It was
Why are you
great.
doing
I-
this?
yeah. See, Gorbeck, I'm glad I didn't kill your character off.
Yep.
Yet.
But as a reminder, I
Yes.
told you that if you ever tried that shit again, I would kill you. So this changes nothing. All right, guys. Welcome back. What are we on? Chapter 23? 23. Chapter 23. Yes. As a reminder for you guys, next 2 weeks, we're taking a break from our regular scheduled programming to show the first and second parts of a Gorbeck's Lost Days, which covers the time period that Gorbeck and Indy and apparently another individual had their own little mini adventure. And so if you're very curious about what happened during those lost times and how Gorbeck and Indy managed to get together and become everlasting friends, then be sure to yeah, Indy's like, don't speak for me.
Don't,
Best of
do
friends.
not.
Be sure to
Do
come
not.
back. So part 1 will show next Tuesday, 8 p.m. Central, and then the following Tuesday after that, part 2, also 8 p.m. Central. All of our episodes, including this one, are available on our YouTube about 2 days after the initial broadcast. Speaking of broadcasts, every Thursday we also have Adjacent with Jace, where our wonderful producer here has individuals on the show, usually other players, to just kind of discuss stuff that's going on and say nasty things about me, because for some stupid reason I committed to making that a safe space. So if you guys want to stop by, chat with the cast, dig on me occasionally, I do answer some questions in the chat there too, feel free to stop by and see that. That's on Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. So that should handle it, I believe, for all of the announcements, and we'll be back with our regular scheduled programming on the 30th, 3 weeks from tonight. So last week we went through and read chapter 22, which saw the more dominant group of the DBA S&M wrap up the initial looting from their fight with Krieg, the chief of the Black Moon clan here, leading the tribes of of the goblins here atop Arbot. Upon descending the mountain, trying to figure out where they're supposed to go in order to retrieve their friend Gorbeck, there was a bizarre tone that Art first and then the rest of the party heard. Upon attempting to investigate, they fell through a section of the floor and landed in an underground shallow lake filled with a mangrove forest. Upon awaking, they were introduced to Indrictus, an otter folk who seemed to be spending some time in the mangrove. Little bit of fun ensued with that before the group was finally reunited with Gorbeck. After that, the group spent some time inside the druid village that was in the mangrove, where some interesting backstory dumps regarding Art's family was released, and they decided at this point the party was last sleeping in Art's mom's old hut. And if you don't know what we're talking about, make sure to go back and watch chapter 22.
Nice plug.
Nice plug. Yes. Combo watching.
Nice.
Sorry. I wasn't listening. Can you repeat all that, Eric?
Yes. Last week.
No, please don't.
Anyway,
Hey, look. If Jace can redo his intros, I can redo
I did mine
mine.
at the end. So this way everyone can just leave.
Yeah, but then there's no point because then you guys will have known everything that... You know what? It doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and crack the spine and turn the page to chapter 23 and see what craziness ensues. So, DBA S&M. After spending a couple hours lazily in the comfort of this mangrove treehouse, imbibing some of the local delicacies which are laden with fish, a variety of mushrooms of dubious color, size, and origin, as well as a few other fruits that seem to somehow grow in the subterranean space, you guys are starting to feel refreshed. The lingering pain and soreness of your battle with Krieg still present, but
What are you talking about?
largely dissipated. Anyway, the afternoon is yours to do with before you guys decide to take a tree hop back to Eladin at whatever time you guys wish to do that.
Me and Arthur were supposed to go to that class.
I want to see what's in the closet.
There is no closet.
There might be skeletons.
There is
in
a
there.
A
closet.
wood log chest.
It's the,
Oh,
yes.
The chest.
You said a closet.
No.
It is now a chest.
It's like a...
I know
Yeah.
it's a locker. You said it was the wood that had like the panel taken out of it and put
Yeah,
back on
no,
with
like
like rope
footlocker.
around it.
It's
Then
like
you said a closet.
No, it's like a giant log that had the top cut off, and then the inside was hollowed out, and then the top was put back on as a lid.
A footlocker.
Okay, DM. I will listen to what you're saying and honor that it is a piece of wood with the top cut off and put back in. Can I see what's in said piece of wood with the a satchel? Can I see what is in said wood? That is
Yeah,
been
you
cut?
go through, undo the knot right quick, and just kind of lift open it's just kind of like rope hinges that just kind of flap open. The inside is mostly empty. It seems to looks like an extra set of boots, women's boots, obviously, from the narrow tread on it, as well as a couple blankets. And it looks like a kind, almost like a poncho of blue and white and gray. And it's got like some ornamentation of like some black and silver threading on it. simple, obviously handmade, but nice and sturdy. And as you kind of look over it, you've seen some other individuals wear similar type clothing as they move through, but it's not like the default fashion.
Can I take the robe or whatever this thing is?
Yeah, it's like a shawl, like a poncho.
A poncho.
Yeah.
Joel.
Ooh, that's what I wanted. Now,
You want to try on the boots?
they don't fit. You said they were
No.
small.
Yep, they're definitely intended for a lady, but I was just curious. You know,
Nope,
you never know.
I'm good. I don't think my mom had large feet like that.
When
I'm
the
just gonna
DM
imagine my
gives
mom
you
did.
something like that, always ignore it.
Absolutely.
Well,
Sounds like a
typically
cursed
no,
item.
but
It's
let's
a mimic, so it's
be
a
honest.
mimic.
I mean, oh yes, and this
But where the
bizarre dagger with black miasma pouring off of it.
Aye, touch it.
You've done that to me once before.
Learn from it.
I kept it.
Who has asthma?
Okay. What were you saying, Kellen?
Did you want to go ahead and head on to that class that I was telling you about?
I thought you said it was like night. They do it at nighttime or something like that. Is it night?
They said it would be done. They said they'd be doing it pretty much right after we ate.
Yeah, sure.
That is correct. Right, Dio?
Yes, she holds classes in the mornings and afternoons.
Okay. So yeah. If you want, let's go ahead and head over there and see what she has to say.
Okay. Awesome.
And what was her name again?
Taka.
Taco.
Yes. The name given to you by Chitu, the Grove Warden. And he serves Gaela, the chieftain.
Let's go see what this Taka has to say.
Is it just us, or is it?
If they want to join, they can, but
No, not interested at all. That sounds boring.
I didn't think so.
Great. Izal, can you make sure that they don't mess up my mom's house and or go do something incredibly stupid? Like incredibly stupid. Obviously stupid is allowed, but like incredibly stupid. Like get us thrown out before we're supposed to leave. Kind of stupid.
Alright, so potentially running into a room is okay, but not touching magical runes. Right, that.
Or stealing
Or
objects.
steal it. I count that as touching a magical rune in that area.
Touching, stealing,
Alright, gotcha.
of that sort.
Okay,
But
let's.
can I look at it?
You can look at it, just don't steal it or take it
If it's
or
behind
touch
like
it.
a velvet rope, probably keep away from it.
And if somebody that's dressed like Chitu tells you not to do something, don't
Listen.
do it.
Isn't that
Like, don't do it.
Isn't Chitu the Denny guy?
He is kind of Denny, but like, there's a difference between a boat and a druid, like Grove. The boat, if Denny tosses you out, you're dead. The druid Grove, like they all have druid power, so everything is kind of a weapon here, to my understanding. So
Roughly, yes.
you're talking. Okay, got it. Yes, so just please don't mess this up. Looking at all of them, and then specifically looking towards Gorbeck and like staring at Gorbeck. Please don't mess this up.
Hey, Andy,
Yes.
you've been keeping an eye on Gorbeck for a little while, right?
Roughly. Couple days.
Keep better eyes on him now that he's with us.
Oh, thank God.
Just in case. Because he gets comfortable.
I'm gonna be sipping my water thing, whatever you want to call it. The
The water skin.
The one that you've emptied out and filled with air?
And then I'm gonna look down at my bag. And then I'm gonna look down at them. Eyes black as gold, they say. Look
Yeah,
at
I'm gonna have to-
those eyes.
Walk it out.
I don't trust it. I'm gonna tell Chitu to come back and watch because he's gonna do something. I can feel
I
it.
will keep as good of an eye on him as I can.
He can turn invisible now, right?
He was invisible, yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to get Chitu on this one.
I'm gonna tie a rope around you. This is prevent you from jumping off of any cliffs.
Cover him in bells,
That's a good idea. I always say we should put a bell on them.
He's smart.
like a big old
Okay.
cowbell.
But yeah, to Taka,
They left yet?
I
I'm
don't think
immediately
so.
going to somebody, the nearest person. I'm telling you now, I'm going to the nearest person and I'm telling them to keep an eye on that group.
Okay. You're
Yeah, have they
specifically
left
looking
yet?
for a
We
grove
just walked
warden?
out. Yes.
So you all are out the door.
I'm on the
Yes.
other side of the door.
Okay. I'm going to look over at Indy and be like,
Oh
What are
no.
you doing?
and then I'm gonna pull out my 2 nets and I'm gonna go try to capture them.
Well, he's not using them on me this time, so I guess that's
I
okay.
see him grabbing the nets like.
Yep. They look like fish nets, but they might have they have little glimmer bitties of what might be like teeth or bone or something woven in.
I just get a nice grip on my axe as I guess I see him go out the door. If he goes out the door, I'll follow him. I'm not going to stop him. He hasn't violated the protocol of stupid. So
If
as long
he
as
goes
does
out
it,
the
he's
door,
fine.
if he's going out the door, I will follow.
DM,
He's got a leash.
Yep.
It's a short leash, but it's a leash.
did Chitu stay to keep an eye on us, or did he
Uh,
leave?
No, he left a while ago.
I'm literally
Okay.
just on the outside of the door. I haven't called anybody yet.
Yeah,
he left before we got
Chitu
food.
specifically guards Gaela. So while he's a grove
can I-
warden, he's assigned to a particular individual.
I know you said there are mage shards that are different.
Yep, a variety of colors.
Do they grow closer to the ground, or do they kind of sprawl up the wall?
They grow mostly on the wall, but and the ceiling, but there are some clusters that do seem to grow on the ground.
Okay, I'm just gonna use like Tinker's tools to try to gauge why they're different, because they are a different color than regular mage shards.
Yep.
So I'm just wanting to know why. Maybe it's the weird dragon thing magic or druid magic. I just want to know why.
Fair enough.
And so I'll just do wherever the nearest one is.
And let's see.
I guess I'm following Gorbeck while he makes a bad decision.
Yep, same.
Yeah,
here.
I'm just
Arthur
I'm
and Caleb
telling
are right outside the door. So
Yep.
it's a very short trip.
he's all I'll have told you. I'm just while I'm getting my stuff out, I'm going to study a mage shard.
I don't know what that is. Don't do anything
It's-
Gorbecky.
I'm just studying it. I'm not
That's
taking
probably
it.
the best advice I have ever heard. Don't do anything Gorbeckian.
I'm full of great advice. Stick around. Well, don't stick around because like Arthur's really close sometimes, and
Yeah, no, I have no intentions of sticking around.
So, we will handle Arthur first. Okie dokie. So, Art, and who is going with you?
And
Just me.
Okay.
followed shortly by.
Literally, I'm going to catch Caleb and Arthur. That's what
No, I know that, but I'm talking
okay.
about like
I gotcha.
I'm trying to figure out who's with that group. Okay, so
I hope this works.
you guys continue along, passing a couple individuals who just seem to kind of nod and acknowledge you as you guys continue on. Before long, as you guys are slowly making your way towards back towards that center section of the village, and kind of looking around, you don't really know where to go, but then Kayla remembers, that waterfall, right. Chitu said it was over by that waterfall. So you guys kind of peer off to the left, walking past what appears to be some kind of tavern. It's got like a raised bed and is actually built between a small cluster of mangroves with boards kind of sent through to build like an elevated platform, almost kind of like deck floor. It's got pretty much no walls and just kind of a rough thatch roof. There appears to be about a dozen or so members of the village in there currently. And from what you can just tell as you walk past, they're having a really good time and seem to be drinking an awful lot of some kind of liquid in like large kind of clay mugs, as well as like some gourd-like tumblers. As you continue on, as you near the section of the waterfall, also Gorbeck, you are invisible, I presume?
No, I'm just running after them to catch them. This is a gift. I'm giving a gift.
Okay, all right. So about the time that you guys make your way through, you guys hear as you're kind of looking back and you're seeing Gorbeck kind of like wading through, like waist deep in this water, this kind of
Doesn't he still have
sloshing.
water walking?
I was about to say, can I walk on water?
Oh, no. Wait, because
Oh,
water
it lasts
walking
an hour,
lasts
doesn't
for an
it?
hour. Yeah, that would have went away when you guys were eating. Yep.
Now you
So
can.
you guys start hearing Gorbeck and Gorbeck's getting a hell of a workout, just kind of walking through this water towards you guys.
No, I'm running. I'm throwing nets on them. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Okay. All right. Be prepared.
Caleb, what is he doing? How far away is he from us?
I'd say 60 feet in closing.
Right after they walk out the door.
Yes, but based on your size, you move slower in this water than they do. Sorry, I know earlier I misunderstood. I thought you were trying to sneak behind them. Because I assumed you were going to be stealthy.
Negative, Ghost Rider. I have other things that I need to do in this town.
I'm probably like 20 feet behind Gorbeck.
Yeah.
I'm in the
Oh,
water.
what
I'm
is
swimming
doing?
along with them.
Yep. Indy's
It
just
is
kinda
getting around just fine.
Yeah.
He's in the water?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Gorbeck.
Yeah, well, you guys are too. You're just up like past your knee.
Taller.
Yeah.
Caleb, what does he look like he's about to do?
I don't know. It looks like he's about to come tell us something.
Tell us something?
He's running after us. What else would he do?
That's why I'm asking you. I guess we just wait here.
Yeah.
He looks like he's struggling a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's kind of short.
And Gorbeck, what are you doing?
I will begin. Well, I mean, I guess now I have to change my strategy, but I'll say, "Hey, I got a surprise! Close your eyes."
I'm
Not
not closing my
surprised.
eyes. Yes, Gorbeck?
Oh man, they're gonna make me work hard for this. I'm gonna throw 2 nets at him.
At who?
Caleb and Ari.
Question. Can I use shape water to offset the current enough to make him to where he's going to miss no matter what?
I don't
Or at least
know that.
impose
You
disadvantage?
you can change the current within a 5-foot radius.
Yes, however, I don't know that Gorbeck has warned you that he's doing anything.
No,
Given that it's
so-
not a reaction, I don't know.
That's
Yeah,
fair. That's fair.
So it's gonna be kind of like a moment.
After he throws it, you just like, oh shit.
Oh, fuck.
It's like, oh, I could have done something there.
Just let him throw the nets.
What's the range of a net?
Like 20 to 60.
I don't know.
It's a thrown weapon, so
I mean, I can look. I don't know.
Yeah,
if it'll...
look, man. Sure weapon.
it's
It gets-
Have we slept since
120 feet to 600.
What?
That's
it's
like
all
some knock
That's
range
accurate.
there.
15, so I need to get close enough.
Well, they did stop to wait for you.
Yeah, we
They're
stopped.
very polite.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, look, he's got something he needs to tell us or show us.
The fuck's he holding? Yeah.
That's true. I mean, from that distance, it looks like he's carrying a ratty blanket.
Kind of.
So yeah, I'm gonna catch me some varmints here.
You do like a pirouette turn to get a lot of distance on it.
I'll do like
Like a shot put almost.
And that was
Or
a lot bigger
discus
than he was
throw.
thinking.
All right. So what do we need to roll?
So I guess I got a proficiency with the net allows you to add your proficiency bonus to the attack roll for any attacks you make with it. See.
Are you proficient
Yes.
He's
with that?
proficient,
So-
he's proficient with everything.
That's a
Because
bard.
it's because he's got Tavern Brawler.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, quick question, because a net can only target one creature at a time. So,
Finish
is
level
there
2.
someone in? Well, I know, but to attack with it is
Well-
still an action.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he'll definitely get to hit one person, and then
Reloaded.
based on initiative.
Who you want to hit first?
Arthur,
Yeah.
because this is for Arthur.
It's a
Okay,
ranged.
yeah, makes
It's a
sense.
ranged weapon, though.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I mean,
I
yes,
think
yeah,
it's
it's
counts as
thrown.
a
special
projectile?
weapon.
It's thrown. It's thrown. It's special, but for range, it's thrown.
So it is a ranged weapon.
Or for attack type is ranged.
Oh.
Okay,
This is-
cool.
this is looking good.
I'm
Oh,
ready.
wow.
What's the attack? Roll
Yeah,
that,
which
roll
roll?
that beautiful bean footage.
Okay. So I'm just rolling an
Give it the-
attack, just a plain old.
Attack with proficiency and
Just see.
I don't know if it's
Strength.
dex or strength. But
Let's see.
Give it the beans.
give it the beans.
It says the DC is the strength, but whatever. We're gonna roll. Ooh.
Yeah, that's
That's if it
to
gets out.
break out of the net.
Okay. So plus proficiency
And strength.
and strength. Well, I don't have any strength. I'm not strong at all. So 16.
That's my armor
16.
class.
Okay, so Gorbeck whips around, releases, and you're hit with a net. Art, you are presently restrained.
Is there damage to it?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Just, and then I'm gonna try to.
So I have a question. Since there's no damage to this, and this is a ranged weapon attack, can I not deflect missiles and throw it back at him?
I don't know. It's a good question. Is a net considered
It's a ranged.
a missile?
A missile is
thrown-
any ranged weapon.
Yeah, it's just a ranged weapon attack.
Yeah.
So if it's classified as a ranged weapon, and there's no damage, I don't have to reduce it. I can just use my reaction to throw it back. That's my assumption.
If you're hit by a ranged weapon attack, and it doesn't have to do damage, but if you
Oh.
reduce it to 0, but the damage is 0, so you could basically spend a key point to just throw it back at him.
Yeah, so I don't know on deflect missiles.
I just looked, and from what I'm seeing, it's up to the DM. There's back and forth.
Yeah, so can we rule a cool this? And like, I'm gonna grab it from the
I'm
air
trying to make things
and
cool.
toss it back at him
I
as
think-
like a quick reaction. Like I'm gonna swoosh around with some like cool druidy kind of motions in the water and then toss it back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I hate to say this, but like Jeremy Crawford says, with deflect missiles, a monk can try to reduce the damage of a ranged weapon attack no matter what the missile is. And that's an example if you use the goblin, if you chuck the goblin. Yeah.
Olé.
But
The only issue I see is since it says reduce it to 0, but it was already 0, is the only way I would say no. But I would say DM choose on this one. You are throwing a
I
net at a
mean-
sailor, though.
How about your roll for it?
I shouldn't have to roll for it. There's no damage to reduce.
No, I'm talking to Eric. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Oh shit! Should have hit Caleb.
It
Not,
says
gift is not for
no. So I looked on Sage Advice. So the answer is no, because when they say missile, it's because it's in deflect missiles is intended to be whatever it is. You have to have a free hand, and since a net is technically a two-handed weapon, it can't just be thrown back or deflected. Or at
If you're
least
using a
that says-
trident with it,
Tridents can be one-handed.
that's what I'm saying. So would you not be able to use like a net and trident?
Nets are two.
Nets are two-handed weapons, so you have to have two hands available to use the net in the first place.
Well, I'm when I gladiator this right now. Like a lot of gladiators did that. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. We would have to look at, so we'll just have to like DM out that for now until we look at that. But I would assume that you could deflect the net. That probably would not be a problem since it is a ranged weapon, but maybe not throw it back.
Oh, well then I'll just deflect it and then not use my key point to throw it back then.
I would like to see him deflect it onto Caleb.
Yeah, if you could throw it to anybody you want.
So you just came over here to throw a net at me?
this you're I'm gonna throw the other one at Caleb.
How
Being
fast? Wait, hold
prepared
on. Yeah, I have a quick
for
question.
this.
When you change the
Yeah.
flow of water with shape water, how forceful is the flow of water? It doesn't cause damage, but can it be enough to just like move them if they're in the middle of the water?
Good question.
No.
All right, I'm starting
Maybe
to feel
if-
like Gorbeck when it comes to the rule of cool things.
Sorry,
Starting
if
to
it had
understand
that
how you feel.
ability, it would have said so in the spell. We could argue maybe if it was like a tiny creature, but I would argue Gorbeck is at the very least is too big for that.
So seeing that he threw one at Arthur and seeing that he has another net, Caleb would cast Mirror Image.
Okay. I'm probably like 10.
So
feet
now-
from Gorbeck now.
So now Gorbeck can throw the other net.
There's a
I
lot
will-
of Caleb's now.
I'm gonna throw it at the one that I thought he was last time. Because I'm so connected to Caleb, I'll know. So connected to you.
Yeah, Gorbeck starts staring at Caleb cross-eyed, thinking he'll just flip it back over or something.
I got two.
Well, go
nets,
ahead,
one
make your
for each
attack,
of you.
Gorbeck.
Okay. 17.
All right, that hits. Now roll a d20 to see if you hit me.
Now roll a d20 to see if I hit you.
Oh,
No, Caleb.
6
Oh,
or
he does.
higher, it hits one of my duplicates. And I rolled a 6.
6 or higher? Dang.
Yeah.
Just netted a mirror image, a shadow clone.
Shadow clone jutsu.
And then
Is mirror image a reaction spell, or is that something that
No.
you actually have to take action?
I have to take an action.
Okay, I haven't taken an action yet. Can I cast Entangle?
Well, if we're gonna get all up into that,
So
then we
everybody
would
gets
need
an
to
action
roll
but
initiative.
Arthur?
Well, hold up. If everyone's wanted to do stuff, I'm saying if everyone wants to do stuff, then before Gorbeck does something else, we need to roll initiative first.
So do I get an action before that? Because everybody else
If
got
you
an action.
roll higher than initiative,
I mean,
So no. That's,
Bevo and Caleb both got a move.
that's what I'm
Arthur didn't
saying.
get a
Everybody
move.
got an
no.
action.
What I'm saying is we were just gonna not have to worry about the order of stuff because it was just assumed that this was just gonna go and gag. If you guys are gonna try and leap over each other to try and do stuff, then we're gonna have to roll that back and roll the initiative to see if Arthur gets an action before Gorbeck does.
Thank you, Jace, for hearing my point. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to keep going because I move faster than Gorbeck does anyway in the water, and I'm just going to let him sit in the water.
Okay.
I rolled a 9.
Just saying, the last time you let Gorbeck just sit in the water, bad things happened.
He just tried to throw a net at me. I'm okay with bad things happening at him right now because he could have netted me, restrained me, and then caused me to drown in the water, which would have been bad. So I'm going to let him do what he's doing.
So anyway, you netted Caleb's duplicate.
cool. I will run away now and say, Caleb, I'll be back with your gift in a little bit.
And so you just leave the nets there in the middle.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be a gift for us?
Just wave at you. And I turn around.
Honestly, he just got back. I'm trying not to hurt him right now. So I'm just going to turn the other cheek.
I'm going to pick
And-
up the net and put it in my bag.
Oh, I am going to take the net, though. Because
Yep.
I'm assuming those are probably the only 2 nets that he has.
I'm gonna go.
And
follow
I'm going
Gorbeck.
to...
Bye.
I'm going to grab the Moonlit Scimitar out of my handy haversack, and I'm going to cut the net.
Hey,
There you go. And now I'm going to keep
Both
going. Let's
of
go
them?
to Taka.
you just cut one of them.
Yeah, just one. Caleb has the other one.
Okay.
I'm just going to cut one. I cut nets all the time on a boat. This is easy.
That's why they kicked you off the boat.
True.
Cutting off the nets.
Well, they actually kicked me off the boat because I was complaining about not getting paid for being on the boat. But
It's child
I'm
labor.
sure that
No.
contributed to it.
That's your version of how of why you got. You didn't get kicked off the boat. You left the boat.
It did. Good old
He left
dude.
because
got
the
a
pay
new
wasn't
job.
good enough.
Hell, getting a copper even with you guys is paid more than I've gotten paid on the boat. So yeah, no, it's great.
You can have all the electrum you want. You just gotta say it first.
Running a damn slave trade over there.
It's not a slave trade. They just take on
He got paid
unknowing
room and
people.
board.
Unpaid interns.
Just like your guy, the one that runs the cult and takes all the little kids and has them do all the actions for them, so they can learn.
Ugh. Okay, there might be some similarities there.
So yeah, let's get to Taka.
Right. So that bizarre derailment aside, you guys continue on and make your way to Taka. There is a section of ground nearest that waterfall that slowly rises up to make a kind of a stony plateau that actually rises out of the water. Much of the stone has been chiseled down relatively flat, and at this point the cracks in the stone have given way to growing a variety of marine flora. and the raised bit has another section that is raised even farther that carries that waterfall as its backdrop, where stands an older lady, kind of reddish brown skin that is heavily weathered and largely bald on top, but with long white hair that's pulled back in a tight bow that goes, just like a ponytail that almost comes down and sits maybe a couple feet from the floor. Despite her apparent age, and she is human, she is quite muscular and athletic looking, despite that time. And she wears kind of close-fitting clothing, along with a similar necklace to the one you wear, Art. And at the time, she's going through and looking at a small group of about 7 or 8 children, and seems to be telling stories about waterfalls and such as you guys kind of come up along the periphery. As you start to approach, the woman kind of glances up and gestures as part of the story, and as the kids seem to express excitement and jubilation, she pauses for a moment as her eyes kind of come down to meet yours. And as this happens, the woman goes, "Ah, well, what a pleasant surprise. I take it you're outsiders?"
Yes. Well, sort of. It's kind of hard to explain.
Well, not so hard. You are an outsider, not from here, but you are connected by blood. So, kind of looks down and goes, "Well, children, I think that will actually be enough for now." And the children kind of exasperate, really sad to have the lesson cut short. Go, "Oh, it's fine, children. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. How about you go down and get some fruit?" And excited, they just kind of disperse. Once you guys are kind of left alone, Taka kind of descends down and steps down into the water next to you, kind of regarding both you and Caleb. "I was curious if you would come and see me before you departed."
Well, yeah. My friend here said that you teach lessons about magic and druidic magics. I was hoping that I could learn something from you.
"Ah, well, I am a teacher of many subjects, though my official role is, well, I suppose, in the outside world, the historian would be the more apt, where it's got a very complicated druidic name here that isn't really important. So, mostly, my duty is to keep hold of the oral and cultural traditions of this community and to pass them on to younger generations. That is what I do now. But yes, I have been here long enough time to have accumulated quite a bit of knowledge about this place. And so I am often consulted as a guide, perhaps, to answer questions whose solutions are not so readily apparent.
Well, I think this might be one of those times. I just found out that my mother is from this tribe. Circle, ring. I really don't know what to call this. And so I'm a little lost. I just found out that I could use these abilities, and I don't know what they are or how to use them. And I was hoping that you might be able to show me some way to understand it a little bit better.
Well, I suppose I could give you the old-fashioned lectures that we give children, but I think that your knowledge of the world is a bit more developed than that, and so we can speak more plainly, I suppose. And she kind of looks you over a little bit. How came you by these powers?
I met I met Eladeth in a cavern, or I think where she rests, and she cried on me.
Yes, well, then it would seem my understanding appears to be true. Your power that you possess is a gift of sorts. There are those in the world who do possess magic bestowed upon them by another entity and perform pacts with such creatures. That is a little different, though, when you're talking about gods. What you possess is a sort of divine boon, a fragment of a god's power. There are numerous ways and potentials that this gift can take. Ultimately, it's up to you to determine how or even if you choose to grow. Think of it like a seed. If nurtured properly, it can grow into a variety of plants, and its exact shape is largely up to you, whether you allow the tree, as it were, to grow wild and fierce, as nature dictates, or if you choose to cultivate it, give it a form of your own will. Simply put, the magic that is given to you is something you must choose if and how you are going to nurture. Have you given any thought as to whether or not this is a power you even wish to possess?
Not deeply. I guess this just kind of connects me to my mom in a different way that I never knew did. And I mean, it's interesting. And it seems like it's very useful. I mean, yeah, I would love to know more about it. I would love to understand it more and grow. I guess I just don't know what it does to really understand where my place in this is.
Well, the power of nature is a bizarre thing. It takes many forms. It takes forms in magic. It takes forms as trees and flowers and waters and mountains. It's sort of mercurial, fickle. So ultimately, I suppose you'll simply have to spend some time with this power to get to know it, to acclimate. She kind of looks over. You. Oh, you have a question, Caleb?
Okay, that's a question for
Taka.
Taka. He just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh.
I tried to assist him in accessing his power, or at least learning what he could do. But there's only so much an arcane spellcaster knows about druidic magic. I think the thing that would help him the most is finding out what he can do and then expanding from there. Do you have some sort of ritual or something that can help him learn what he's able to do so he can expand on that?
Rituals, yes, but not in the way you're thinking. You see, simply put, well, I guess we might as well get into it. Child, what exactly do you know of magic and of nature?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to?
No, she's talking to you.
Oh, me. What do I know of magic? I know there are booyahs and booyahs, which are magical items, and then there's booyags, which are magical people in Goblin. I know that there are circles of magic, which is kind of not the same as a druid circle. And then I know that there's rings of magic, which I think rings, I don't really understand the difference between the circles and the rings, to be honest. After hearing like druid circle and then magic rings and circle, I got a little more confused on that. Nature, it's natural. It's about as good as it gets for me. It's about as
Not a lot, then.
No.
Well, very well. The simplest way to explain it is that magic comes from a place beyond our world. Arcanists, such as your friend here, would call it the astral sea. It is a place of pure chaos. And many things are birthed in that chaos, magic being one of them. That chaos flows into this world and then is disseminated via ley lines, what the ancient elves would have called the rivers of mana. In that way, in much the same way that those rivers reach out and spread water to the surrounding ground, these rivers of mana leach this chaos, this raw magic into the world. It is nature's job to take that power and temper it in a way, to soak up that water and turn that energy into something workable for life. You see, we druids interact with magic on that level, on the natural level, pure and raw, without form, tempered, but still mutable. Arcanists, wizards, such as your friend here, yes?
Mutable. What does that mean?
Changeable. A form that can easily change. Much in the same way that that water takes on the shape of the vessel it is poured into.
Thank you.
Yes. And arcanists, like your friend here, they work on a different level. They deal with the weave. Simply put, yes.
The weave, is that like the stuff that my mom puts in her hair, or is that like the fabric that, like, there's like some type of fabric that they work with?
Yes, in a sense. I'm getting to that, child.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Now, as we spoke previously, nature, when it tempers the magic and turns it essentially will turn it into thread, say. Then, as the magic flows forth from nature, it begins to weave, to come together, to form the weave, the thin veil of magic that sits over this world, that has completed its cycle, so to speak. Arcanists, since this magic is in a much more workable form, much the same way that you might take clay and then render it out over time into something that's much more easily used to make pots with. Casters, arcanists like your friend, they weave the magic into patterns, shapes, like fabrics, rugs, and patterns. Those patterns give rise to spells. As the magic works its way in a pattern and generates an effect that is perceivable in this world. In some cases, it's an effect that can act like force or the wind, push and pulling water. Sometimes it conjures fire. Sometimes it affects the mind or bodies of others, allowing their thoughts to be more readable, or perhaps even to place them in a slumber supernaturally. Many things can be accomplished here.
He actually does that. That's cool. Thank you. That helps me understand why he puts people to sleep all the time.
Yes. So it is not surprising that your friend here is limited in the way that he can teach you, because he deals in structures of magic, ways of taking magic and building things with it that create spells. We druids do not work in such a manner. We simply give rise. We take natural energy and form it in a manifestation of will. Similar to how sorcerers might perform magic, but that's actually an entirely separate conversation, not germane here. But in that way, your magic is going to be less consistent than your friends, because it is less structured. You cannot necessarily create the exact same results every time. You kind of have to feel it a little more. So that is why I say you must become more suited to the way your gift works. And you can do so most of the time through meditation and communion, to simply find a place that resonates with you and allow that magic to suffuse your body. Begin to mold it, to work with it, get to know it in that form. And the more you find that your will and the will of your magic are the same, the more you'll find that, like the water that takes the shape of the vessel it's in, your magic will begin to take the shape of whatever vessel you construct through your will.
Wow, that was deep.
Well, I have been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That actually kind of makes sense. Yeah. Cool. So I
Well,
just have to kind of keep practicing.
I did just give you the crash course. Typically, this is something that is learned over years, so...
Yeah, my mom gave me crash courses in a lot of stuff. Like, so I'm okay with this. This is fine.
Mhm.
Well,
Any other questions?
Kaylin?
I don't have any.
Cool.
Besides, would you mind if we sit in on your class?
Well, yes. The children are nice, but I do see them twice a day, and this is a bit more important. As my understanding is, you will be departing the village shortly.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably tomorrow morning. You assume?
I believe
I
so.
think
After we rest up.
Yes. It's either tonight or tomorrow morning. It was y'all's choice.
Yeah, we went on a long rest first. Some of us are.
So what you're saying is, bring on the sharks, and just have
Oh,
you guys
you
attack in
could.
your sleep. Land
I'm at
sharks.
I'm at 3 hit points.
Oh yeah, let's not do that. Well, Taka, thank you for like explaining that to me that way. My mom always used to tell me I should always have my ducks in a row, but I don't ever feel like I had ducks or rows. It felt more like squirrels, like in a rave or something. But you kind of brought like the music to all of that, so it helped me get it together. So I appreciate you.
Well, as I said, this is what I do. So do not hesitate if you have any other questions. Or even if you end up traveling to any other of the druid circles.
Yeah, actually, is there any way that, like, do you know where the other druid circles are, or like, do you have like a map of like where these circles might be? I know it tends to be pretty secretive to anybody that's not a druid, but I didn't know.
Well, I myself have traveled to only one other, and that would be one in the mountains near Arkenfirth. It lies on an island to the far southwest of ours, at the southwestern border of the archipelago. Though it has been decades since I have been there myself. Your Otten friend may know more. His clan actually travels the archipelago and visits a variety of druid circles and nesting grounds. So, I unfortunately would say he's far more traveled than I.
Yeah, I imagine that won't be something he'll be finding out.
Ah, well.
You okay over there, Arthur?
I'll be all right.
Still.
I just
breathe.
I could just keep imagining him popping his head up out of the water and just staring at me with those little evil beady eyes. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Evil beady eyes.
It's okay. Taka, it's fine. You don't. We're good. We're good, Taka. We're good.
I see. Well, I cannot make any sort of judgment. I'm not being from the outside world, of course. But here, generally speaking, we don't carry such prejudices. So perhaps you should give some time. Indrictus is actually... Well, he's actually odd, but very kind.
Okay. Thank you, Taka.
Anybody who can put
Yes.
up with Gorbeck is a friend of mine.
Well. If you do want to get any information out of Indy, though, I recommend bringing him a fish. That always seems to brighten his day. Oh, but don't ask him any questions about stars. That will honestly just get him going, and then you will never be able to leave.
So don't bring up stars, or he'll never leave. Is that what you're saying?
Indy is one of the star watchers of his group. Stars are kind of like an obsession with him. He can tell all kinds of things by looking in them. Actually, from what I understand, it's one of the main reasons he saved your friend Gorbeck, as a particular, well, I'm sure you know the story, but a sort of destiny. Anyway, but yes, I would just say excellent individual as far as finding wisdom in the stars, but be forewarned.
Yeah, see, that would require me talking to Indy, so I don't think that's necessarily any point we're concerned. Yeah, we're gonna. Thank you, Taka. I'm gonna head back to my mother's hut. I got some thinking to do.
Yes. Oh, and please don't take this as being too forward. I'm simply think that no one else in town has asked, and I'm sure they're quite all curious. You see, it has been a number of years since anyone has heard from your mother, and I think we're all just curious how she's doing.
Well, she's fine, I guess. Like, she hasn't said anything weird, at least not that I know. She says weird stuff all the time, but like, she's not like hurt or anything. She's good. I think so. You know what? It's actually been a minute since I've seen her.
Well, in that case, it seems you're long overdue for a visit. And when you do go and see her, if you wouldn't mind passing on the message that we do miss her, and despite the ominous feeling you might sense around town, there are quite a few people here who do miss her and would like to see her again, if she's interested in visiting.
Yeah, I will pass the message along.
We were told earlier that you guys can travel through trees.
Oh, yeah.
Would she be one of those people who can travel through trees?
I am not one of the people who can travel, unfortunately. I am a master of more martial pursuits.
Oh, you fight?
Oh, yes.
But yes, would she be one to be able to travel through trees?
You talking about my mom?
Yes.
Oh. Actually, I don't know. She didn't have that ability when she left, but it has been enough time. I can't say that she hasn't grown into that kind of power.
To be quite honest with you, I never saw her use any magic around me. I didn't even know she came from here.
Well, that's unfortunate, but I'm sure she had her reasons.
Pretty sure you're going to ask her about them.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, she's got I got a lot of questions, and I don't think these little random mantras and mottos that she comes up with are going to answer the questions that I have now. But we'll see.
We'll see what she comes up with.
Well, I'm good now, Kim.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
Of course. If you're ever in town again, feel free to stop by. I would be interested to see how your path is going.
Yeah. I will be sure to make a stop. Hopefully I can walk through the tree thing. That'd be kind of cool. But
Yes, it would.
That may take some time. Well, on the other hand, you can always pass through the mountain. There are ways to get here that don't involve trees.
I think the tree thing is cool.
Yes. But perhaps if you ever find your way back here again, then we'll know. But I don't think you're quite trusted enough yet to know some of the more secret entries.
Wait, y'all got secret tunnels and secret paths? Besides the thing
Oh,
that we walked
yes. As I said, not all of us can walk through trees. Some of us have to move the old-fashioned way, unfortunately.
through? Okay. Well. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
I guess we're heading out. We're heading back to
To Mama
Arthur's mom's
Casa.
house.
Oh yeah, we got to figure out. So what are you gonna do with that net? Because I say we return the favor.
I'm okay with that.
Cool.
What'd you do
All
with your net?
Oh, I ripped it up. I cut it. It's gone. It's been
Oh, okay.
destroyed.
That's fair.
Yeah, he
It
made
was
sure to
the-
snip the end so that way it wouldn't get caught on any sea turtles if it made its way out the sea.
Absolutely. Well,
Sea
maybe
turtles.
otten, but not sea turtles. Yeah. Just-
From what I can tell, Otten are pretty good at handling themselves. I don't think they're going to get caught up in a net. For long.
It's fine. Okay. Well, let's get back to my mom's house.
Okay. Gondor. So,
Yes.
you were looking for a terrestrial mage shard in the vicinity, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Roll me an investigation right quick.
Okay. 21.
21.
I'm proficient in investigation.
Okay. You do find actually several smaller clusters that seem to grow on rocky outcroppings down here. They're not very large. They seem to grow just like maybe about the size of a softball.
Still a bit-
And yeah, and you find them. You do find a couple of them in the traditional kind of translucent blue color. But you do also find 3 other colors that somewhat surprise you. You find one that's got more of a green color, one that seems to have a more purplish color, and one that seems to have more of an orange color. These are not tents that you've seen before. Outside of this cave system, of course.
Don't like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's do. So I'm not. Don't take anything. I'm not taking it. I'm gonna do a scratch test to see if it's at the same hardness as your stereotypical mage shard.
Yeah, so you perform a couple real quick checks. This stone's a little more rough, but yes, it seems to be crystalline structure, very similar. to mage shards and such, aside from the deviancies in color, specifically, they appear almost indistinguishable from the ones you've seen for sale in the marketplace.
I want them, but Arthur's gonna punch me in the face if I take one. I'll have to ask later. I can't discern if they hold a certain type of magic, dude. Can I? I do not have detect magic or identify.
No, I mean, you can try and gain some information with an Arcana check, but that's really about what you can figure out.
Yeah, just whatever information I can glean without actually like A, taking a mage shard, or B, destroying one, I would like to do. Arcana, natural 20 for a 26.
Cool. Spending some time with it. It's hard to know exactly, though. You do know, having studied and read books on magic, that there are magic of different schools and types do tend to carry different auras. And the colors you found, with the exception of the traditional blue ones, the non-blue ones, the more unique colors, do roughly match up with colors attributed to schools of magic. So, I mean, you suppose it's possible that these are magic or crystals that seem to be roughly attuned to specific types of magic. What that would do to the effects of them, you don't know. But you assume, if the color means anything, green typically means abjuration, orange typically means conjuration, and purple typically means transmutation.
So, I mean, kind of druid spells. Dang it. I need to take them. All right. I will just go back to the hut, and I will keep my hands in my pockets.
Okay.
Actually, I cannot do much without taking them.
Without risking pissing someone off.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you return back to the house, Gander, and you guys really only have to wait about another 20 minutes before Arthur and Caleb return to the hut. Heavily, kind of soaked from their legs down.
Indy, will they get mad if we take some of the smaller ones? So smaller shards.
I would say
If we
yeah.
ask, who would we ask?
Seeing as how this isn't really my place to live, I would assume you would have to ask someone who's a little higher up on the food chain.
Well, yes.
You
know who?
I wouldn't ask Chitu. He's definitely going to tell you no.
Yes, he's always going to tell us no. I could say, hey, Chichu, can I go piss in a pot? And he'd be like, no.
Yeah.
Galil?
Yeah.
Sorry, Arthur walks in and is like, are you talking about Galil?
Yeah. Kaela.
Kaela. There you go. I was like Galil, Gaela, Gaia, Ayla. Okay, got it. I should probably know that.
I want to take a couple of the shards because they do seem unique. I would like to take them for study. I just want to make sure it's all right if I did. There are some smaller ones.
It probably isn't going to be a very likely thing in the first place. They're very hesitant about how outsiders in the first place coming here taking things. Probably not going to be something that they grant very often.
Based off of
If at all.
conversations we just had, they like to keep things in the druid grove that belong in the druid grove. You can ask. I can't say because I don't know, but I don't think I'm gonna get very far with that.
It's probably unlikely.
Well, it can't hurt. Well, no, it can't hurt because words can hurt.
Yes, they can. Words
Never
definitely
mind.
can hurt.
I'm gonna.
All right.
Sorry.
Y'all have a good class.
Yeah, actually, it was very useful. I learned a lot in a very short period of time. Yeah, it was good. And I'm actually going to turn to Caleb and I'm going to whisper to him, I'm going to need that net when we fall asleep.
You know where it is. Grab it whenever you want to.
Thank you.
Quietly.
Oh, what's the other? Thank you. Yeah, no, it was great. It was, we learned a lot. We talked a lot. Where's Gorbeck?
I don't know. Gorbeck, did you return to the hut?
I think he was going to go find a jeweler.
He is not in the hut.
Is he all in the hut?
Nope.
Okay. So
I came back
would
to the
at
hut.
least think that Izal is with Gorbeck.
You hope.
Makes me feel somewhat better, but did any of you see Izal go with Gorbeck?
I mean, last I
We did.
saw, she was marching after y'all.
And did I see
After y'all.
if Izal walked off with Gorbeck before I left them?
I mean,
Well, me and Arthur saw he's
I
all going
waved
after
at y'all. I
Gorbeck.
was like, all right, I'm going to
Yeah,
follow.
I knew Izal was there after Gorbeck threw the net, but we didn't stay around to see
Oh,
where
after
they
that?
went.
No, we didn't.
Gorbeck
Yeah.
So-
turned a corner. It's like he's gone now.
I left them.
So nobody knows if Gorbeck is on his own.
I mean, if he is, he's going to be found very quickly. They keep a very good eye on him.
Listen, I'm trying really hard to get over this Otten thing because it's really tough for me. It's very strange. I still can't look you in the face
That's fair.
with your
Arthur, I
whiskers
have a
and
question.
beady eyes. Hold on, let me finish because this
There
is
you go.
probably the extent of how long I'm going to talk to him. So I need to get this out. I think, didn't we, before we left, you said you were going to keep an eye on him, on Gorbeck specifically?
As best I could.
So you turned around and just came back to the hut instead of finding out where Gorbeck went?
Hey, he had one of his other party members with him. I figured it was fine.
He does have these all with him.
Are you sure? Do you know that? Izal has a tendency to walk off and find weapons.
As best I knew, she was still with him whenever I left, so
Oh.
Yeah, but I don't think she's gonna find like a crazy cool weapon down here.
and not likely.
All right, I'm stressed. We're going to get kicked out of this grove. We're not going to make it. Where is Red?
It's
Silently
right
in the
there
corner the
hut.
entire time.
I'm right here.
Oh! Ugh! You always just sit in the corner. I need to remember dark corners, dark corners, dark corners.
Yeah,
I
Because
just
he
hadn't,
hasn't moved.
dark in here.
I hadn't heard from you at all in
Well-
like the last.
Yeah, I was told that we were going to rest. And frankly, I'm kind of tired of y'all a little bit. I'm sorry. Just,
man.
we've been together for quite a while with no break and no fine dining. And I'm running out of liquor.
See, I was going to be real nice and tell you about this place that I saw on the way up to the class. But since you're tired of me, I think you should just go rest.
Arthur,
No.
I saved your life.
Yep. Great. We
Will you
made it
save
past
mine?
that. No,
Hmm.
not at this moment. You've told me to shut up. You've told me to be quiet. You think I should not? There are times that I shouldn't speak. This is one of those times I'm not going to speak. And then you just told me you were tired of me. I think you should rest.
Okay.
I lean over and I'm like, that actually kind of felt a little good because he's been a little on edge recently.
Yeah.
But we'll tell him, give him like another hour and then we can tell him about the little bar place that we saw on the way to Takas.
Yeah, I think he's a little on edge right now.
Yeah. He got hit pretty hard. I mean, I got hit pretty hard. We all got hit pretty hard. I think he probably should just...
We're all on edge. We're all effed up.
Yeah.
We all just need to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go lay down.
Quick question, Arthur.
Yeah.
Usually, things to do with fears. Something happened. Did something happen with otters that made you fear them this way? Or have you just always feared otters this way?
Well, it's kind of a personal question. So when I was at the monastery, we would go on these trips, field trips, down to the ocean. The monastery was actually pretty nature, is it centric? That's what the monks would say. So we would always try to find our key in the nature and in the water. And so there was a point in time where we took one of these field trips and I was sitting at the edge of the water. And I remember finding this really pretty white rock. It was sitting on the edge of the water, just kind of hanging out there. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. I should take that back to the masters because I think they would enjoy that. What I didn't know is that this particular rock happened to belong to a particular otter. And this otter picked it up and kept banging the rock across another rock. And then it held it up towards me, and then it kept banging the rock. And it held it up to me one more time, and I attempted to take it. Well, the otter didn't like that very much. I guess that was his special little rock. And he bit me. And it wasn't that he just bit me. It was that he bit me and did this weird little otter noise. And more otters showed up. And they all had these white rocks. And they all just kept banging this white rock on other rocks. And it was kind of like this weird, like, really weird place for me because they all did it in tandem. And they just kept hitting the rock over and over again. And then they got around me with these white rocks. And they were just holding it, and they kept holding it out to me. And I didn't know where to go. I couldn't move. They were all around me. And I froze. And I stood there and I sat there until the masters had to come up and maneuver these otters around and drag me from the middle of their little circle with all these white rocks. And those little demons just stared at me. They stared at me the whole way back. And I've never been able to get that image out of my head. I still have the mark on my thumb.
Yeah, that doesn't look very appealing. I bet that was yeah, I understand why you have that fear now.
Yeah,
About how old were you when this happened?
this would have happened, geez, probably like 8, 9. Still old enough, but
Yeah.
rock
Well,
demons.
that's a great name for them. I will give you that. But I'm sure that was an isolated event.
Isolated?
Not to discount what happened.
I woke up after falling down a deep, dark hole with an Otten touching my chest.
If I remember correctly, he did heal you.
Did he heal me? Because I punched him.
Yes, he healed you before he punched him.
I was at least attempting to.
Thank you for sharing that.
And if I just may for a moment.
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Usually that, from the story that you told there, that's a sign that otters want to play with you.
I got bit.
Yeah, wild otters are a little aggressive. I will admit that there's a difference between us and them, but at the same time, it's just like with any wild animal. I mean, a dog wants to play with someone, they can be a little rather aggressive. Sometimes you.
Bit.
Well, that is the nature of wild animals.
Arthur's just gonna turn and walk to the other side of the hut. It's not a very far walk because I'm literally 15 feet. And I'm just gonna go sit and I'm not gonna face Indy. I'm gonna face the opposite direction and just sit.
I'm sensing that there's very little to diffuse any kind of your tension here.
Indy,
Yes.
you say that would be a sign that an otter would be trying to play with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
How would you play with an otter in that situation?
I would have grabbed another stone and started banging on the stone.
That's fair.
A lot of the times, otters have favorite stones, and it definitely does carry over to us Otten. I mean, mine's right here, pointing out at the necklace that I have on. But I mean, it's a little for someone who's not aware of it, could be a little off-putting sometimes.
Especially after getting bit.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I understand how one could definitely be made afraid of the situation. But at the same time, learning why something happened in the long run can help bring context to the situation.
That is definitely true.
I still don't understand the context of Gorbeck and him, but I'm sure with time that will eventually come around.
That's a long history. He is still an enigma, but he's family.
Speaking of enigmas and Gorbeck, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You happen to be the one that he speaks the most about, at least you were whenever we were on our little adventure. Has he ever used any kind of dark magics?
Dark magic?
Yeah, something that is very distinctly not good.
No. Describe what he did.
It's hard to put into words.
The necromancy?
I don't think so. It's just he was casting spells when we were in one of our fights, and I think the heat of the moment got to him, and there was something in the last spell that he cast that invoked a very malicious feeling.
Huh.
What did it do?
I did not pay enough attention to actually figure that out. Sometimes when there are evil things going on, you don't encourage figuring out what it is. You just put a stop to it.
Yeah, he's not really been one to use dark magic around us, at least.
Maybe
If
it's
he has learned dark magic, I don't know who he learned it from, or maybe he just figured it out on his own.
maybe it's a new development.
It's very possible.
I would just keep an eye on what goes around with him when he's casting spells.
I will
It hasn't
definitely
happened.
do that.
It hasn't happened since, but it was definitely
Was it just an
concerning.
ominous feeling, or did the
Very-
spell go awry?
It was definitely much more of an ominous feeling, as if something else was there.
Order though, he did also change physically.
Yes.
What?
I can't remember the exact details. It was weeks ago.
So you're saying he's stupid and evil.
No, when that happened, the stripes on his body glowed and his eyes went black.
And that would be something I'm portraying out to the rest of the group here.
What was that again?
Huh.
His eyes went black and his stripes glowed.
Spoilers.
Sorry, Caleb, you gotta throw out the goblin. Get a whole new one. We got
Indy
Ziggle.
would have remembered. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
And it was not the kind of thing you forget
It is definitely not the kind of thing
in
you
a
forget.
dark cavern.
Not one bit.
Well then, that is definitely something I'm going to have to keep an eye on, because I've never seen him do something like that.
Caleb, you gotta throw out the whole goblin. We got Ziggle here. Great guy.
Question:
So it was
Did,
like,
Yeah,
did Gorbeck's
Ziggle been
demeanor
with the party
change?
like for a long time.
Oh, I mean, kind of. And normally he's a little more happy-go-lucky and, very unpredictable. But it just, his demeanor to him seemed much more malicious. That's about the best word that I can explain for it.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. It's something we will definitely keep an eye on.
Okay, fine. If you guys are gonna ignore Ziggle, I'm just gonna go back to playing.
Sigil,
He just goes back
we
back
are
in the
not-
corner and starts playing with random objects.
we have not forgotten you.
Hey, wait a minute.
I
He's
was
a
just
goblin.
in the middle of a conversation.
Little tan one. Have
And he's
you
gone.
have you heard of anything like that with other goblins?
About what?
I mean,
When the booyahs get like really scary looking.
yeah, they're like,
Oh, yeah. Typically, they only do that though when they're talking to Magublia.
Oh
What?
no.
Arthur like holds his hand up from across the room or the hut. So you mean whenever they communicate with the goblin god?
Yeah.
Do their eyes turn black?
Sometimes.
Can you tell me more about this Magubla?
Magublia. He is the god that the gobbers worship. We pray to him for victory in combat. He is basically a god of oh shoot, why am I doing human? The tyranny, and conquest. So he helps us out on the wall, and for warriors who want to kill lots of people.
Thank you so much, Zickle.
I need help. Conquest, tyranny. What are those?
He ain't sleeping in this hut.
conquest. Conquest.
Let's see here. Calum, Izal, go ahead and roll religion checks, as you would be the most likely to know anything about.
Would I roll
I'm not
religion
there.
or would I
Also not there.
roll?
I'm not there.
Oh, right.
Or would I roll Arcana?
You can. Religion is what's going to give you the most information on that, though.
I will try. It's +3.
Wait.
It's a 10.
Better than mine.
You don't know much about it. You know that occasional between what you've read and what Gorbeck has let slip over the years, Maglubiet is they call him the Mighty One or the High Chieftain, and basically he is a war deity who believes in tyranny and conquest, and power for the sake of power, and might makes right, kind of stuff. So it has a awful lot of features there that goblins love to emulate.
Listen, Calum. I love you, my
Yeah.
guy, and I know you care a lot about Gorbeck. But if he is standing over me in the middle of the night and his eyes are black, he's talking about some Magubagak and taking over the world, I'm putting a whole flame turret on him.
Yes.
I just want that to be clear.
Just to be clear, if it was between you and Gorbeck, my money's on Gorbeck.
Wow! I heard that from the corner. I'm like, wow. Wow.
Come running. Who's talking shit about my hat? Come fuck you up, Caleb.
Okay. When he is the one that stayed in the river.
Yeah. Well, he also.
Oh, I'm talking about an actual fight. Gorbeck's going to go off and do something dumb. They're not getting
Gander
the
would
fight.
just drop small objects on the ground and wait for Gorbeck to choke on them.
Hey, look, dice.
Anyways, let's investigate this before we jump into any conclusions and see what's going on.
Yes. Let us see what's going on with Gorbeck. Gorbeck, you and Izal are traipsing through the small village in search of a jeweler. Cool. You manage to find one individual whose dwelling you spotted a day or so earlier by just noticing the large number of dangly jewelry-like things that they tend to keep up on their balcony, and occasionally them being out working on some pieces. As you make your way there, you come on the outskirts, and this individual, a younger man, half elven, seems to be on a small platform underneath his dwelling that just kind of juts out and is like part of a pier that sets out. He's set up a bit of a workstation there with a kind of manual like bone drill lathe that he seems to be drilling holes into pieces of stone with. As you guys kind of approach, he kind of glances over and just kind of gives you guys a gesture.
I'll like do the Wile E. Coyote like with my feet and walk back towards him.
Okay.
And then this water sucks. And I'm gonna drop the 50-piece gold bar on the thing in front of him.
So you just drop the big old bar of gold on there, and
These.
figure kind of looks down.
Can you take this and wrap it in gold, and then make a little dangly earring out of it, please?
The figure kind of reaches out, takes the shark tooth, kind of looks at your ear and the gold. Yes, this is quite doable.
And I hug him. I immediately hug him.
Okay, and he goes, okay. And he kind of transfers the tooth from one hand to the other and kind of sets it down. This is something you wish me to complete quickly?
Now, 7 minutes ago, I need it done. Let's go. What are you doing? What is this? What are these, like, art pieces? Is this like, I need it? I got a pissed off sailor at me, and
he's kind of looking past Gorbeck to Izal and just.
I got a little halfling that I gotta find something that he's gonna like. I got freaking things. I got this I got this beautiful broad right behind me that I've got to make sure that she is happy. You know, we got to find her a big, strong lady because we know that that's what I like. Well, you don't know that.
Okay, little goblin friend. You just want me to gild this and turn it into an earring, yes?
I want you to gild it. I want you to gald it. I want you to Gorbeck it up. Let's go.
I don't know what those other words are, but yes.
Okay.
And he kind of looks over to the bar. That's an awful lot of gold.
Okay, I'm gonna. Does he have a hatchet or anything near him?
He does, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the hatchet.
So does Izal. He's all like,
start...
you need an axe-shaped object that can slide through metal.
Just destroying this piece of metal. I want to take off enough.
You take a butcher, like, and you have a hard time like hitting him in the same spot, but eventually you manage to kind of cut it in half.
Okay.
He takes one half of it, going, this should be sufficient.
Okay.
It will take me a couple hours.
You got 20 minutes, and then I'm gonna start running again.
This will not even be fast enough to melt the metal.
Take your time. For 20 minutes.
Sorry. I gotta go keep an eye on that.
You hear him start muttering under his breath in a language neither of you understand.
Did Gorbeck
But-
leave the axe on the table, or did he take it?
I don't remember.
That's like
I
a
kept-
coin flip.
Why
Who the fuck
not?
knows?
And whose axe did he use?
It was one that was on the table.
Yeah.
And then I want to find a witch or some brujeria or
Oh my god.
Straight up, I gotta find a witch.
somebody that knows brujeria.
Okay. You make your way back towards the center of town where you spotted an apothecary earlier this day.
A Pasha bread.
And as far as you're concerned, it's the same thing.
The same thing. Okay, cool. And I walk in. Listen, I need at least 2, maybe 3 vials of your strongest, most potent things that will put someone to sleep, but not to sleep in a bad way, to sleep like, wow, I'm euphorically asleep.
As that happens, like the woman who is just kind of standing there in the middle of her hut/workplace, and it's like, who are you? And why did you just walk into my house?
Hello, my name is Gorbeck, and I'm a friend of Indy, and I'm a friend of Calum, and I'm a friend of Arthur, and his mom lives here. At least she did live here, and I live in her house now. So basically, I live here.
Okay. Fine. Fair enough. So you need me to create for you a sleeping potion?
No, like alcohol.
Oh, spirits. Well,
No.
you can...
What? No, that's weird. That's like dead people. No.
Okay.
Okay. Are we on the
You
same page?
require something that will alter the mental state of someone in a pleasurable manner.
Wow, we are on it. We are on the same boat and heading
I
to
see.
down the
Yes.
river, and we're rolling.
Are you looking for something that you smoke or drink?
Drink would be preferable, and if it tastes anything like cognac, that would be good. So if you had cognac, that would be awesome. I'll take cognac.
I actually don't know what you mean by cognac. But I have something you might like. We mostly use it for pain.
Okay.
But
Okay. Yes.
yes.
And I hand her this. Can I cut that in half? Would that be work?
You sort of like the butchered half gold bar. Is that what you're showing her?
Yes.
She kind of looks down and goes, well, that is typically enough for a small amount.
Okay. Well, I got like 2 more things I need to get.
I see. This will be sufficient. And she just kind of reaches in and takes the half bar, and she's like, one moment. And she goes and brings back what kind of looks like a wine jug or like a bottle, sets it down, and starts preparing a bunch of like files and stuff, and starts pouring a variety of liquids into it. One is she pours it most of the way of one kind of liquid that's sweet smelling, but it's got that little bit of burn that in your nose that lets you know, oh yeah, that's alcohol. Yeah, that's some alcohol. And then she starts pouring some other stuff in it.
Alcohol, baby. Yeah.
And then she starts pulling the funnel out, corks it and gives it a good shake, and then hands it back. I don't recommend drinking too much at once.
So don't guzzle it.
Do not guzzle it.
So how much is
Or
it?
guzzle it. It's up to you.
Oh, now?
No.
Oh.
Fuck it.
Huh?
Go on. Okay.
No, it's not for you. It's not for me. You want me to drink it? I'm not going to drink it. This is not for me. This is for someone else.
That is fine. Oh.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave now. Thank you. My name is Gorbeck. Again, I live here. Okay, and I put it in my thing.
That
And
should be enough for quite a bit of time. So do not rush to come back.
Okay, but again, I live here, so I could come back all the time if I wanted to. I want you to know that. I could be here every day.
I am glad
I could be here
so.
like 18 times a day. I could walk in here and be here, and I'll be here. I could be here
Please go.
anytime.
I hold
And I'm gonna
the
start
Our business is concluded.
So he was like,
Hey.
how much of that is like okay to take? It's not
So
gonna kill
don't ask.
that-
Let's go. Questions or later, whenever. And then it's all. And I want to.
As you're rushing down, the apothecary goes, it's fine. Tumble or
No, no,
so, no more than a pint.
I saw like the gap between the fingers, like, yeah, right, as long as this is the whole fucking thing. And I go chasing after Gorbeck. Fuck.
I'm gonna start counting. Okay. Come with me. And then, I'm gonna run to a blacksmith.
Okay. You do find someone in town that seems to be capable of working some metal.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna
it's
run up.
not as impressive as a place you might find in the cities you visited.
I'm gonna run up to him. Listen to me. Listen. My name is Gorbeck, and I need something that someone would use to fix something. I don't know why I'm whispering. I just really out of breath. I think that's all it is. And so this is just where my volume is.
Right. What do you want?
I would like tools.
Tools.
And I'll puff my
I think
chest
I
out.
can. And she kind of looks over to Izal. What is this?
I
Is he trying to insult me?
think he's trying to copy you. It's a habit he's got.
You want tools? What kind of tools?
I want the tools.
Look, child, little goblin creature. I am very busy. So just tell me what you need, and I will let you know if I can help you.
Look, tall, giant creature. I'm going to tell you that I need tools.
Let's
What
put my hand on my
kind of tools?
The
What
kind
are you going to
that
do with them?
you tool with.
He kind of looks over to Izal. I would appreciate it if you take this goblin away from here now.
Gorbeck, come here for a second. Just
Exalt, it's not working.
gotta reevaluate your plan here.
I know. I'm trying to. Things happen when I get instinctive, and then I'm sorry. Listen, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I was just trying to meet your level. I felt like you were on a level, and I was not at that level, and so I tried to meet that level. So I've raised myself to that level. Now I'm going to bring my back self back down. I apologize. I like your accent, and I think it's nice that you're tall and you've got muscles and you're able to work on things that are okay.
What kind of tools do you need?
Something weird. Give me the weirdest thing you got. I'll trade you, and I'm gonna start pulling out. I got this a crappy horn, and I got a cool. Well, I'm not gonna give you that one. This Kalen gave me that one. I got this. I got these knives. I got these 2 knives that they suck because these things ate them like they're ate. But look, watch, and I'm gonna start doing juggling, and I'm gonna Actually, oh my God, can you give me knives? Can you give me something to fix these knives? Can you fix these knives? I don't want you to fix these knives. I want to give somebody Gander so that way he's able to fix these knives. And then I'm gonna hold up knives like this and smile real big.
Ooh, no.
That is only slightly more helpful than before. You want the weirdest thing I have?
Yes, or knife fixers. Whatever knife fixers you got.
I can fix the knives if you need me
No,
to.
no. I need a tool to fix
fine,
the
fine,
knives.
fine, fine, fine. Here. He kind of reaches back and starts fumbling through just a bunch of random stuff, comes back and brings you this. It's a stick that's got a handle on one side with a little lever on it, and on the other side, it's about 5 foot long. It's got this little point that when you depress the lever on the handle, it goes.
That's nice. I like that. That's nice. Gander, that's nice. Gander, hello. I'm sorry. Freudian slip. I'm thinking about Gander right now. It's all. I apologize. Yes. Yes. And then I hold my hand out in a handshake motion. Deal.
All right. He sets it in one hand and then uses the other to reach out.
Cool. And then I hold the other one out.
Great. What are you going to do to pay me?
We just shook hands.
It's going good for a while.
All right. You do realize that is not the way this works down here, right?
I mean, you shook my hand. I mean, basically, that's the biggest deal that you could do.
Yes, there was a deal to agree for me to sell it to you, that this was worth. You know what?
How about
it
this?
Doesn't matter.
Wait.
Here,
no, it does matter.
Just take it.
I'm going to give you something to do, too.
It is a gift from me to you. Call it an entertainer's fee.
I'm going to hug him with my knives and just...
No, oh, wow. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Those are real
Here,
rusty. Be
just
careful.
take this.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks God I've had my shots.
It feels like even a better gift because it was free, you know? Like a gift to gifting.
Exactly.
Re-gifting is the best thing in the world. Thank you so much.
You know what? You got that for a friend of yours, yes?
Yes, I did, and thank you.
Then how about you go right now, and go and give it to them?
Well, I have other things I got to do. I respect what you're saying.
That
You're
is
right.
fine, as long as your business is done here.
Okay, then I'm going to pull out my fish goblin spear now, and I'm going to hand that to him and say, hey, can you make this more goblin?
That was fucked up.
Did you get this from a Kuotoa?
Yeah, Kuatoa. Yep.
How would I goblin buy it?
I don't know, paint it. Maybe like see how these little springy things, like they're like, can you make those look more goblin? That'd be cool.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you are willing to pay or trade for that work.
Oh, what do you want? I got kinds of stuff. I got all kinds of stuff.
What do you have to offer?
I've got you could look at the spear, that'd be cool. I've got this water skin. I could make you look pretty. I can make you look like someone else. I could give you a candle.
Look,
I can
here
make a
is the
bed for
truth,
you.
little one. You are attempting to try and get me to work on this. To do so, that would require you coming back to this shop.
Yes.
Which honestly is something I do not want to happen. So, if you do not have some good money or something of value to give me in exchange for this labor,
Why don't you just say so? And I start pulling out all these gold coins. 89 of them to be exact. Oh God. What, like 8, 9? How many? 10? 12?
he's just kind of like looking back between you and he's all like, who the fuck are you people? Let us go 8 plus 9, 17.
That's a lot of gold. Done.
And he just kind of takes it and goes, oh, all right, fine. I come back in an hour.
See you in 20 minutes. Thank you. And I'm going to start running. Actually, I'm going to pick up. He'll probably want more of this later. I would keep it here. But what if it's too much? Like, there's too much. This is a lot of freaking gold. I'm going to put it in my bag with the mud and the soot and all the stuff. And then I'm going to start running to where the gold guy was. Or the other guy.
Okay. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
You know what I absolutely love that is so different than last campaign? You interacted with all of those people. So I made a point.
Not once did you ask for a name or a description.
So now I just have this page in my notebook with all of these names hastily scrolled down with like professions and descriptions, which you didn't even give me time to say half of them. So I'm like, great. Okay. Fair enough.
You can just use them for later.
Or when I go back to it.
Yeah.
Break time, everybody. Enjoy it.
All right.
That's why there's a stain in the corner of the room.
What?
Now,
Didn't need to know that.
so welcome back, everybody. Right before the break, we had a little bit of craziness with shopping spree, Izal e Gorbeck making their way back towards the jewelry merchant person. After speaking with an apothecary and a smith tinkerer individual. Traipsing your way back down the street, roughly a half hour or so elapsing, you return to find the young man leaning over, looking as though he's coiling around sections of wire while he takes other pieces of wire and starts pulling it through consecutively this kind of weird plate of metal that just has a bunch of different sized holes in it.
What are you doing?
I am creating some gold wire.
For?
To fasten the gilded tooth to a hook.
Oh, why didn't you say that? Golly. It's been like 27 minutes. Are you done?
It will be a few more minutes more. I told you it would not be fast. But I could show you the work so far. And
oh,
he
yeah,
kinda
that'd be great.
passes over a little bit. The tooth does appear to have been gilded in gold all around and has a fine hole punched through it. It looks as though the individual at the moment is creating like a French hook to actually serve as the hook for the earring, and looks as though he's just about done.
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Yes, you are of course free to wait, but if you have something else you'd like to do, you could come back in 15 minutes. Okay. And he just continues to kind of pull the thread out, flip it, slowly start it through the plate, flip the plate around, draw through. Each time you see him attempt to pass this thread through these holes, you see each time the wire gets a little thinner and a little longer, until finally he seems to appraise the thickness a little bit and goes and starts setting up the hook and then starts twisting a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
As he's doing this, I'm going to about face towards Saul. I'm going to stand like this, and I want my hand and my foot to go behind me, and I want to turn. And I'm going to say, what do you want?
I want for you not to do anything that'll get you in trouble. I don't think you're gonna find that at one of these stalls.
Is there any paper anywhere, Eric?
Yes, the guy does seem to have some laid down on his workbench.
Okay, I'm going to about face again. I'm going to do the thing. And, may I, good sir, borrow a piece of your papel?
Are
Por-
you
por
snatching the
favor.
paper and then asking him?
No, I'm genuinely asking.
Okay, he goes, um, yes, of course. And he kind of reaches down and pulls out a sheet and hands it over. It's kind of like a really thick vellum. You're not entirely sure what this paper is made out of, but it's not traditional parchment.
Gracias, mi amigo.
What?
Hey.
And then I'm going to start writing on it.
As long as he's doing that, he's not doing anything he's not supposed to.
Is it already, how big of a piece of paper is it?
Slightly larger than an 8.5 by 11.
So a little less, larger than an index card?
It's a sheet of paper.
8.5 by 11
Notebook.
is a regular sheet of
Like
paper,
notebook paper.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. All right.
So it's
Can
really
I tear
big.
it?
also known as A4.
Just say
or
common piece of
US
paper. I mean, my lord.
College ruled. Double
Is it
space.
terrible?
Get those rusty knives. I think
No,
that's
it's not terrible.
Okay. No, I'm. Is it tearable?
Tearable. Yes, you can tear it.
Okay.
It's just it's got a consistency more like cardstock.
I'm gonna bend it like this and then go.
I thought
And then I'm gonna do that one more time. And then I'm gonna get pissed off and just pull out my knife and start cutting. Then
majestic.
I will crumple the rest of it up and I'll throw it towards the fire. If there's a fire. I mean, if there's not a fire, I'm just gonna throw it anyway.
Yes, he has a small fire.
I get a little upset. It's like, it's good paper.
And I will say, it's all. I appreciate you. And I don't love you, but love could potentially happen. I don't know if it's going to be a platonic kind of love or if it's going to be like a real love. I'm not into short chicks. But
Taller than you.
I give you this. No, so I bequeath this
Eh, don't say that one. I don't like that.
to you. And I hand her the card.
I will look down at it. Hold up to the camera so I can see it. Oh god, you have the worst camera for this.
Hang on.
Yes, it's like, remember, this is your camera, dude. If you do this, you might ruin your focus
He
for
is
the rest
forever
of
blurred. Okay.
What does
Why
it
is it-
say?
It's because you have a blur background setting. Just read it out to us. Is
It
like
says-
weird spelled?
Dang it.
Is it weird?
One-
Take a picture and send it to me, but read it out loud.
Oh my god, I legitimately spelled that word wrong.
I really want a picture. Send a picture to me so I can post
my
it on the
goodness.
Facebook page. I'm gonna tweet that out.
I legitimately spelled it wrong. Wow.
Oh.
I mean,
Like,
that
that's
seems
not
kind
even
of.
be.
That sounds
par
on
for the
brand,
course.
though.
It's in character.
That is not. Oh boy, it says one fee, don't get in trouble card.
You forgot the R.
Yep. So that's what I hand you. One fee, don't get in trouble card.
Well, look at it. Look. He's trying
So-
to know what he's trying to put.
Whenever you feel like something is important that doesn't need, well, this is hard to say. That doesn't need my personal touch in a way that would cause you to think that I would get in trouble. I shall not do it if you invoke that clause.
Take out a ink pen real quick, and I put an R right there. I'll fold it. I'll take out my journal, and I'll put it in one of the pages and close it up. Like, all right, let's see if that ever comes up. Thank you. I appreciate the gift.
I missed you guys.
Miss you too. Ziegler is not you, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's odd.
I
But,
got some stories about Ziegler. See, this little bastard is going around shooting people with a bow, thinking he's some Vorid.
Goblins are like that. We like to be braggadocious and, well, laissez-faire, must I say.
Don't speak with that French? I speak
Was that
Elvish.
Elvish?
That was not Elvish. That's a weird accent.
I need to learn French then, if that's what
I was
we're
like,
gonna
I
use.
guess that's a
Elvish. Where
was sitting there, I was like, have you seen a stone giant before?
yeah, they're big giants. They're stony.
Yeah, we were climbing up the mountain. Got hit by a giant boulder. It was not fun. Came flying through the air.
I fought a crab-like thing. That kind of sucked.
Like the kind that fought Arthur that grabbed him right in the junk?
No, like they piss like they're kind of little piss ants that just kind of they eat stuff. We killed them though. We killed those suckers good. It was great. And then I got this cool depth. Oh wait, frick! That stupid blacksmith has my. I gotta go get that back from him. Yeah, we fought a bunch of stuff, and there's a lot of scary stuff, and a lot of stuff that I've never seen before, but a lot of stuff I kind of saw before. Then there's big mushrooms. You know, I kind of told you all about it, but it's just kind of one of those things.
Too.
Yeah, and they said don't eat them because they might mess you up. And then they said that they could talk and kiss you and like make stuff happen, weird stuff.
They say the kiss you part.
Well, I just threw that in there because it's been a while. I'm not like about it, but it's just what it is. Yeah. So I just missed you guys, and I know that I do a lot of stupid crap, and I'm gonna try not to do stupid crap anymore. I'm gonna try to be less stupid in the most appropriate way possible, and then I'm gonna go back to the guy. I'm gonna try to make myself. I'm gonna get the glasses and try to make myself look like the guy from the original thing when we first kind of like started doing stuff together. I will do so many things that you will be proud of, my child. I will do the most grandiose moments that you have ever seen, and you will be proud of the young Gorbeck. And as I stand upon this, well, watery land, I will walk with pride and nobility for those who deserve to be walked for. Yes.
Is that from a play?
That's
really good.
Was it? Thank you. I made it up myself, and I'm gonna take the glasses off my ears and like try to not get caught on my other earrings and everything, and then so yeah, you know, because whenever we go and we do, it's just like this, because I get really, and then it's like, and then I'm like, and so it's just a lot of the time we really just like, you know, you could just do anything. It's just, you just do.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
Want to see Krieg's sword?
What's a sword? Wait, no. What's a Krieg?
The hobgoblin Captain King person.
Oh, frick. I totally forgot about that. You guys went and did that.
I pull it out like, look at that. It's really big. This thing beat the crap out of Gander and Arthur and Caleb. Really, all of them. I cleaned it off though. I didn't. It was really icky.
I'm gonna touch it.
It's a very big. It's a very long sword. I'll hold it.
I wanna freeze it and then defrost it and drink it in the spring. Wow, this thing's huge. It's like a. And this, you say this whack Gander? I bet he was pissed.
Oh yeah.
They hit him.
He hit him with
did
a
he hit-
flamethrower. It was crazy.
Gander did?
Yeah, that little.
Gander did that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, golly, Gander, look at you being all fighty, flight. Man, I bet Arthur was pissed. Did he get in the nuts again? That would have been funny.
I was a little busy on the other side.
I need to make a song about that. That'd be a good idea.
Arthur and the nuts gets hit in the clut.
Arthur crack
something
corn,
there.
he don't care.
I'm not really a singer.
Krabby crack corn, and he don't care.
Got crabs on my nuts. Something like that.
But don't call me crab nuts. Got
Always trying to grab nuts.
peas on my head, but don't call me a pea head.
Oh.
Anyway, I don't know, Exalt. I think I can be better. Don't use that thing all the time. Just one time. That's a one-time use thing. It's not like the punchy, like you tear the strips off. Just want you to know that.
I will
that's a
use
one-
best judgment to
Best
when
judgment.
to use it, and hopefully I will have to.
Yeah, you won't have to use that. And I'm gonna look up in the sky. Yeah, you never have to use that. All right.
What are you looking at?
No, I thought there was a dragon. Yeah. Oh frick! Did you see that dragon lady?
The really long snake-looking one, like it was glowing.
Frickin' frick! It's like an adjacent dragon. That's what Indy always said. He said it's a dragon adjacent. And I was like, what's a dragon adjacent? You standing next to a dragon?
It looked like a dragon. I don't know what adjacent is, but that sounds stupid.
I know, it's scary. Like, and then there was this snake thing that crawled against my leg.
Hold on,
freaked me out.
the thing we're having a conversation. Oh wait, no. Gorbeck,
Yes,
your thing's done.
Huh?
Sorry, yes. Your commission is complete.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Did you have any gold left over? Because I could give it to Exalt, because she's poor. I don't know.
I'm not poor.
He looks down and goes, there is some, but I was planning on retaining it for payment.
I gave you.
I think you're supposed to technically pay all these people, Gorbeck. Most people require that.
Frick, man, you freaking frickers with your gold and your priceless artifacts and your gems. I just always have to. Why can't it just be take stuff again? That's one thing I really do miss about being like a goblin. You just take it and you just left and you just walked away, or you murdered and you killed and you pillaged, and then you just leave and you just leave with the stuff you want.
Explain to all the stuff
I miss
you
that.
found.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Found a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
on top
the figure
you find?
kind of leans back a little bit. Do we have a problem here?
Oh no, it's small talk.
What is the problem?
He's crazy.
Do you have a problem? We have a problem. We don't have a problem. You made these awesome earrings. I appreciate it very, very much.
Yes, of course. As you can see, the teeth have been plated in gold, custom gold loop. You also notice that there's a section where all the wires kind of come together. There is a small kind of blue stone, like quartz-like bead that appears to have been like a hand-carved bead that goes in. It's just to help all the wires set in so that way they don't come apart. So it's gilded gold, but you have this nice kind of shiny blue gem piece in it.
That's pretty
That looks pretty nice. Yes, and so because of the added gold and work, this earring is a piece of art worth 25 gold pieces.
Cool. You know,
Jam it in your ear.
Hey, whoa. This has got to be a moment for Caleb and I.
Oh.
And I respect you, Exalt, very much. Kind of like how you and Gander
Oh, I
whatever,
would have totally
whatever
stabbed
that
Gander
is.
in the ear for this. He's a big baby. He's got no piercings.
Oh, I respect that, but what I'm saying is that this is a moment between Caleb and I that we are going to, coalesce together, in a nice way.
Kind of
and
weave
then-
your friendship together.
Coalesce. I thought was a better word. That means like that, right? Like
Coalesce is when stuff doesn't mix, isn't it?
it won't coalesce.
I don't
It
think-
will
I
coalesce.
don't-
I thought it will coalesce.
it's a
Coalescing.
coalescer.
I'm going to coalesce the crap out of him anyway. And so, yes,
Is that what that weird painkiller was for?
no, that's just for what's his face? Red
Never seen
'Cause
his face.
or her. Yeah, well, that's I know, but I think that's kind of the funny thing is like you say, what's his face? Well, we don't know. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm literally stating like, what's his face? I don't know. It's the joke. It's funny, but it's wherever. So yeah. Well, let's head on back, and we can make maybe Arthur will maybe he'll get the joke about his net that I got him. Maybe Gander will like these things. I don't know. But let's get on going. And I'll tap her on the bottom and start walking.
Yeah, stop doing.
Yep.
So we go up by the. Is there another place you're looking to get something from?
Well, I got my spear javelin
Well,
thingy,
yeah, the spear javelin. Yeah.
which I don't know what's. I said make it more goblin. Honestly, we
Break it in
murdered
half.
some like goblinish folk already, and I don't know if it's gonna look any more goblin. They weren't very good goblins, I'll be honest. Like those goblins really sucked. But I don't even think they were goblins. They were like coalesce, whatever it is. They sucked at being goblins. Let's be honest. So yeah, come on, Exalt. Let's do the thing.
Alright. Follow you. Hopefully you go back to the hut.
Yes, we're heading it up.
No one up pizzas.
Yeah.
Sponsor.
So you're heading back to the spear.
No. To
Okay, you're heading back to the whatever Arthur's last name is.
We're heading back to my
Famil-
house.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
The Hartvale hut.
Hartvale.
The Hartvale hut.
But I don't know
Well-
if that was my mother's maiden name.
Oh, that's true.
So-
Well, that and the fact I was not trying to drop your last name, assuming the other party didn't know it.
They already asked me that.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I'm sure the captain probably said it too.
I want to see Gorbeck argue ownership of this abode with Arthur.
So, yes, you guys have your nice conversations. Then there is about 15 minutes of blissful peace where everyone just seems to have settled into their own thing. Volred's just kind of creeping over in a corner. Ziggle seems to just be trying to make the boots walk, thoroughly enthralled in that. Indy is consulting a group of charts. Caleb is flipping through a book hurriedly. Gander's passed out, I guess. And
When complete audio like vocal silence has fallen, I'll just sweet peace.
Somebody.
And I'm gonna grab
And
my
then
horn and
you hear it.
Oh God.
Those of you guys who are there kind of hear it in the distance, the sound, the shrill high and low, and it gets closer and closer as the minutes come. And
really put me in a great light here.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
it's obvious. The usual talking that accompanies Gorbeck slowly grows louder until it makes its way up the stairs and then enters into the space.
Hey everybody!
Oh, no! No!
Gander, I hear you, and I'll be over there in just a second. All right, big dog. You Not you. Not you. You. And I'm going to point at Arthur. How'd you like my net I got you?
So, the delivery of the net,
Pretty creative, huh?
no,
Huh.
not at all.
Oh.
Why did you think that would be the best way to give me a net?
I don't know. I just thought it was funny. I don't know. I mean, I miss you guys, and I just thought, we cheered people up, and you were happy because you got the mom and stuff.
Throwing a net at me in the middle of the water was the best way to give me the net? That was the best way that you thought of?
I didn't really think about it that hard, honestly.
How else are he going to be sure that you know what it is and how it works?
Yeah, I tore it up. It's completely cut up. I took the scimitar, the one in the handy haversack, and I chopped it up, chopped it to pieces. It's in the bottom of the pool, actually, over there. Yeah, so.
That's littering.
That thing have some hooks on it?
There's two of them, so one of them wasn't for. Well, I mean, both of them for you. So if you happen to have the other one, I guess you can just leave it on the ground or something.
No, you threw it at Caitlin. Caitlin has it.
I know,
So-
but they're both are for you.
Gorbeck,
Hmm?
why was the gift of 2 nets for Arthur?
Because he's a sailor, and I guess I don't know. Maybe he'd like to, if you did any fishing or anything like that, then that'd be something that you could do. You could use the nets to go fishing. I stole them off some underwater goblins that were stupid, and they didn't know how to use the nets very well, so I took it from them because I felt like Arthur would like them. And Arthur didn't like them, and that's okay. Go find him something else that I can get him, and maybe he'll like them. Yeah.
I don't think it had anything to do with him liking them or not. I think it was about the delivery.
Well, that's what I was saying. I said, like, what? I mean, you.
So, if you had had 2 things of nets and told him exactly what you just told me, I think you would have a completely different reaction. So, reset. Or to grab the net, bundle it up, and give it to Gorbeck. Now, don't give it to Arthur with exactly what you just told me. And I'll push the net into Gorbeck's face to make him take it. It's all about delivery. We'll push him along.
Arthur, I got you these nets whenever I was down in the caves because I figured you would use them maybe whenever you're doing stuff on a ship or wanted to go fishing or you wanted to capture something or someone or something that you were hungry for or yeah. And so I'm sorry that I tried to capture you in the net because I didn't think about it because I just thought it would be funny, and I apologize for that. Also, thank you for hugging me earlier. I'm glad that you did that because I felt like it made us have a bonding moment, and I feel like this was a step back, and I want to make it step forward by bequeathing this upon you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then I will do an about face toward Gander. And I will say, I'm gonna wink at Exal. And then I'm gonna walk over and I'm gonna look. And I'm gonna hand him the thing. And I'm gonna squeeze it so that way he knows what it does. Because I don't know if he knows how to, use this machine or anything like that. And I'll say, this was given to me by the finest blacksmith in all the land. And he said that you could use it to fix things, like daggers that are broken. And then I will pull out my 2 daggers and say, these daggers are also kind of a gift, but maybe you could gift them back. But I want to help you become a better person by gifting you this. And you can practice on these daggers.
Eric, I'm proficient with Smith's tools. What is he trying to give me? And is it broken?
It's not something used in smithing.
Is it used in tinkering?
Yeah, tinkering, you guess.
I'm proficient with tinker's tools, so.
Yeah, you're not really sure what specific purpose this is intended for. Yeah. I mean, you could see how it could be useful if, like, you needed to reach inside something and, like, push a button or, something like that. But you don't know.
Sure, but the daggers are... You just get some new ones.
Okay. And I'll...
Did you steal this tool?
No. And I look at Exal. No. I was bequeathed it by the greatest blacksmith in all the land. Like, he's like the best. And within 200 yards of this place. Like, he's the best.
That's not okay.
I'm gonna look over at Caleb real quick and just be like, I don't think this queef word that he's using is the same one that I've heard before.
Wait, Gorbeck, what's the word you use when you give someone something?
Bequeathing.
It's not the one. That's not the same one that I think I've heard before.
Bro.
It's bequeathed.
That's what I said.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Bequeath.
With a th.
Yeah, bequeath.
That's not the word.
Well,
not the word.
I mean, it's nobody ever. You know what? There's your effing thing. Okay, I love you. I'll leave you alone, but not like. Well, no, I don't love you. Not yet. I might love you. I don't know. I'm still working on it. You're okay. And I heard you set stuff on fire, and I'm proud of you for that. You can do. I'm gonna look at Caleb. I say, I'm proud of you. And then I'm gonna and start walking over to Volred.
I will go back to bed.
And I walk
I'm
up
gonna
to
leave it to
Volred.
Arthur. That's the first time I've seen him actually give somebody a compliment without being told to.
Oh. Maybe at least
That's progress.
he gave it to them instead of throwing a net at them. Yeah, that's kind of.
Oh, yeah. Baby steps.
We're having this conversation in a very
A lot
small
of
hut,
them.
by the way.
Oh, yeah. He can hear us.
I'm gonna go over to Volred, and I'm gonna pull out this whatever that she gave me, and I'm gonna say, I went to the finest fish in all of the land, at the Parthicary.
Within 220 yards.
It's 275. Hang on.
Not even a mile.
And she made this concoction of herbs and spices and all this magical dust that went inside. And she put liquid and magma and rocks and all kinds of things in here. And she said that it would remove whatever pain that you might have on the inside. And I believe it upon you now to say that I appreciate your friendship and all the things that you do for myself and our group.
Olred takes a look at the bottle, uncorks it, and takes a whiff. Replaces the cork.
Yeah.
Is there an
It's
explanation?
definitely some kind of alcohol, but it's got like a herby medicine kind of smell to it as well.
Jägermeister adjacent.
Gorbeck. I quite fancy a delicate drink at this moment, but I don't know if I should be accepting gifts from a demon.
Wait, what?
I know I threw Ned at Arthur, but that's kind of cold. It was
Is
just a joke.
nobody going to bring this up?
I mean, I guess we were just going to try to see what happens.
That is part of my frustration this entire last couple days. It's all been save Gorbeck, and then we save him. And oh, not reprimand the child. Let's hug him. Hug him.
I have not hugged Gorbeck.
Well,
I hugged Gorbeck.
so maybe I just need a little time to process my feelings. But is no one going to ask him? We're just going to take the gifts? Is that what we're doing?
I personally was going to see how far this nice Gorbeck thing was going to go for before we said anything, but that does bring up a very good point. So Gorbeck, this whole black eyes glowing stripe thing, do you care to let us know about that or tell us what exactly happened if you even remember it?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's why.
So you cast some kind of spell.
Well, yeah, I cast spells all the time. Are you kidding me?
And your eyes turned black and your stripes started glowing.
And like Ziggle says, the Booyahs look like that when they commune with Magoobliet.
Well, Indy said that I did that, but I don't remember that.
What do you remember about the encounter? Around the time where this happened.
Well, I mean, we were fighting off these little swamp rat things, and I don't know, I was just casting spells because you taught me, stuff that you teach, you teach me all kinds of stuff, and so.
And what do you remember after casting the spell?
Yeah, we were just walking around talking, having a good time.
All right. I think if we're going to find out what this is, we're going to have to experience it.
Wait, what happened?
Because whatever happened, Gorbeck knows nothing about it.
I have a slight problem with that.
I feel like I missed part of the conversation.
Yeah, I got a slight problem with that.
He's all.
Acknowledge me. I'm talking. Hold on. Before
I'm
we
going
get into all
let
of
me
that.
catch you all up, and then you can ask the question.
Give me the cliff notes.
Gorbeck turned into some kind of demon after casting a spell whenever he was hanging out with Indy. Getting better. I'm gonna work on it.
Go ahead.
So, Indy acknowledged that Gorbeck turned into some type of demon while casting the spell and told the rest of us while you guys were out doing, I'm assuming, this whole
Babysitting.
thing you're doing. But I actually need to kind of talk this through with all of us here because Gorbeck, one, glad you're back. Just gonna say that up front. But this whole we're just kind of letting a lot of this stuff slide thing that you do, Caleb, it's not going to work all the time. And the way I say that is, oh, Gorbeck just has to learn his lesson. Oh, Gorbeck is just going to have to experience it. Oh, Gorbeck is just going to have to be, I'll keep an eye on him. It hasn't worked for us the last couple of days, and I don't think that that's necessarily the best way to teach Gorbeck because he hasn't, I don't know what's happened in the last couple of days, but he hasn't learned very well with that method. And I don't know if that's something that we can continue to do. Now, Gorbeck, again, appreciate the nice gestures, but this whole he's just going to have to learn by experiencing isn't really safe for the rest of the group.
That's fair. But I would also like to point out that for the most part, Gorbeck has generally changed his demeanor since meeting up back with us, has he not?
That was 8 hours ago?
Yes, and anytime he's changed his behavior, has it lasted more than 5 minutes?
Yeah, technically, yes. I mean, if you really want to be technical about it, he's gone days without doing something incredibly stupid, and then he goes and does something incredibly stupid. So,
Are we settling for putting low expectations on the high risk that we just ensued? The trust needs to be earned, not gifted.
say very straight and to the point way of saying that, but I appreciate that. Yeah. What I think I'm saying is I am happy that you are not dead, Gorbeck. I am excited that we found a way to connect with you again. But I don't trust you to not do something stupid. And that makes it very difficult for me to open up to you. And it makes it very difficult for me to not second guess my own decisions because I have to put your decisions in front of mine. And that's something I haven't had to do ever. And I really don't know how to react to that. And Caleb, I know that you've traveled with him a lot, but I think Denny used to say this to me. He used to say, you're enabling him. I think that's the right word.
Yes.
And I don't think it's wise to continue to do that. I can't speak for everybody else, but for myself, it's just very hard to run into these types of situations. And then at the end of these types of situations, we just say, oh, he'll just learn from the experience. And when Red brought it up, it hit me a little harder because, well, one, Red doesn't really talk. But two, I think we really need to discuss this and really set what did you say, an expectation or low expectations for the high risk? I don't remember what you said, to be honest, Red, but we probably really need to talk about that. And I'm not talking just to you, Caleb. I'm talking to you too, Gorbeck, because we're not.
We need to find a way for Gorbeck to gain the trust back with the group.
We need to find a way for Gorbeck to make wiser decisions.
Yeah. Is all?
Two things. One, not really a game. Does the spellcasting thingy have any... do I have any idea what the fuck that is? For religious purposes. That wasn't here last time. Eric.
Sorry, was muted. What do you need?
Does Gorbeck casting spells and glowing and having things change do I have any idea what the hell that goes as far as ritual religion casting stuff?
Well, it depends. You know that when you summon divine energy, it manifests itself in you. I mean, anytime you create that divine fury, your eyes light up. So
Cool.
it definitely sounds as though, if what Indy said is correct, there is some manner of energy that flooded into Gorbeck. Now, whether that energy is something that is Gorbeck's or is divine or from some other source, you don't know. You have never seen this happen from Gorbeck.
Cool, that's what I was looking for. And I will pull out my axe and I will slam it on the ground right in front of Indy. Well, Gorbeck's cast a lot of spells around us, and this story shows up when you're around him. And I'm kind of on the other side on this one of why we should trust someone suddenly.
I mean, I'm not lying to you. This is something that I witnessed with my own eyes.
Right, and he's cast lots of spells around us that's never happened before. So what
And
was the
did it ever-
situation?
Hey, to be fair, did that ever happen before he fall down the river?
Well, concussions will do things. What did he do that caused this to happen?
He was casting a spell.
What did the thing do? He does a lot of spells. Most times they fall down laughing. He never goes glowing dark green shit everywhere.
He's glowing. His eyes changed colors. And there was some extra malevolent force in with his spell that isn't part of his spells.
Do I believe that he's not trying to hide anything from us?
Yeah,
Does he
he
sound
seems
truthful?
on the level. No insight check required.
Izal, I have two questions for you. One, was Gorbeck ever invisible around us prior to yesterday?
Before yesterday? The only time I saw him do it was when Caleb did it to him.
But on his own?
When he,
I kept an eye on him today entirely. He never did it.
Hmm.
If he was going to try to cast a spell today, I was going to hit him. So
Sure, but point being is he came back to us doing something he couldn't previously do. Is it not out of question that he exhibited other behaviors while we were away?
I thought he just kind of copied it from what Caleb does.
But has he done that before on his own accord around us?
Like copied the same kind of. They both kind of. Only thing he hasn't really done is make someone fall asleep, but they both do the thing where they say something stupid and the person falls down laughing. They both did that one, so I assumed the visible part was. But like I don't know magic that well. So I don't
That's
point
the
I'm-
weave thing.
The point I'm getting at is, hadn't Arthur just miraculously learned to do certain things while away from Gorbeck?
So now
The water? That nothing? No?
I got
Arthur was given
that
a
was-
gift while we were separated.
I got cried on.
Possibly Gorbeck
Correct.
was also given
was
a gift.
anyone
That's what I'm getting at here. So to claim that just because he did a certain set of things before, he can't be doing other things now is a logical fallacy.
Well, no, we don't know what was caused. We know what happened with Arthur. So what happened with Gorbeck while he was gone then?
Point being, exactly, something could have happened. You said effectively, why are we trusting someone who is saying that our friend Gorbeck did something we have not seen him capable of doing? But then on the other hand, accepting the fact that Arthur learned something new.
I was just trying to make sure that it didn't caused by something that Indrictus here did. Well,
I know
It's
that's
a fair
that's way out of
question.
my
I
that's way out of
understand.
my wheelhouse.
We saw what happened to Arthur mostly, but
That's
if
because
Indrictus-
Arthur didn't leave the group.
So Indrictus, you didn't see anything happen to Gorbeck from when you first saw him.
Arthur seems to have something to want to say.
I don't think Indy is the cause of Gorbeck's change. Every single person in this grove has talked highly of Indy and has confirmed their connection to the god or the goddess. I apologize. So I don't think Indy would be the reason why Gorbeck would be glowing dark eyes and glowing stripes. So though I appreciate the effort is all, I think that would be the wrong direction that we're looking into.
Alright. I take the axe and put it back over.
But Red, you just had a problem with Gorbeck glowing and now we're justifying the glowing. I guess I don't understand.
If he's glowing, I don't agree with that because God's doing
What-
it with me, but if he's doing it with him, that's bad.
What I'm saying is Zal brought up a question of making it seem that Gorbeck has done multiple things, but he never did that. What I was demonstrating is the fact that you, for reasons we know, learned how to do something that was not previously done in Gorbeck's absence. Just confirming that something could have happened that none of us are aware of that gave him that ability. And I feel like we should question that.
Okay. Gorbeck,
I turned to Gorbeck as well.
when you messed with the weave and learned how to make yourself invisible, how did you find out that you could do that?
Well, it's, I mean, I don't. I just. What? I mean, Kalen talks to me about a lot of different stuff, and so like he says, like I ask questions, like it's what we do, and like when we're talking by ourselves, and then at night, it's just basically, I don't know, try stuff and try to do stuff, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. A lot of the time it doesn't. I don't know. Like it's just kind of one of those things. Like it just happened to happen. And I thought about it because I heard you guys coming up, and I don't know. I turned invisible. It's kind of cool.
That was your
But-
first time doing it?
Uh huh. let me say this. We know I do stupid crap. And I don't do it to be malicious or evil or mean or angry. I mean, I threw a net at you, but that wasn't like to be malicious or evil or angry. That's meant to just be fun. But I know you said I need to build my trust back again. And I know that takes more than just saying that you're going to be able to do something. That means that you have to have actions be followed by words or just show actions. So you didn't see this is so lame because it was kind of like a one-on-one gift, not a for everybody gift, but I guess I gave everybody's gift. I gave Exal a gift that said that anytime I would do something to get in trouble or do something stupid, that she could play that card and I wouldn't do it, or I wouldn't do something. And I think that shows that I have made actions to be better. So regardless of the fact that I've done actions in the past, don't judge me by my past actions. Judge me by the actions that I will potentially make. Yeah. Also, Lorette, I'm sorry that I made you doubt me. I apologize for being stupid. It's not fair to you to put you guys in danger for something stupid that I think is right. Now, sometimes I think I'm right, and I might do stupid things because I think I'm right. But I don't do it to hurt you. I do it because I think it's what's best. But I will do the best I can to not have that happen anymore. Also, there's a lot of ASOs. Be prepared because there might be at least 2 or 3 more ASOs. Also, I could do a spell and we could see if I turn colors and stuff. You know, what's the hypotenuse? Exal? Not you, Exal. Gander. Why do you keep doing this to me? It's you two. You two, y'all are in cahoots. I could cast a spell, and we could have
hypothesis.
Hypothesis would be if I cast spells, I glow. And this little line of mine, I'm going to let it shine. But if this light don't shine, there ain't no sunshine anymore.
Hey, Andy, what spell was he casting? Do you remember the words?
And I look at Indy and I go, shh.
I don't think we should be casting spells to test things in the grove.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good idea.
Let's hypotenuse this somewhere else.
Because if you were possessed by Magoubliette,
what if I do it? What if I do it on Caleb?
No,
Caleb. And I say
here.
No,
we're not testing here.
It's a location. The location is
when
bad.
we get out of the mountain, maybe.
What does it matter? Why would this would be the best place to do it? There's tons of freaking smart people around here.
I don't think trying to test this one is a good idea.
We often try necromancy at religious sects as well.
Well,
Indy, what was the spell?
And I'm
actually trying to remember. I know I've been asked twice. I'm definitely answering. Yeah.
Eric, you get what I'm doing, right?
You might not be familiar with that.
Yeah.
Because it's not on your spell list for sure.
It is definitely not on my spell list. I'm not entirely familiar which spell it was, but I think
I know what one it is.
it's the one that made people run away.
He just played his instrument.
Well,
Zal,
I
rude.
will say, Indy, what you recall is that Gorbeck cast the spell.
Mhm.
The target screamed in terror, clutching his head as blood poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth.
And that would be the
So-
exact explanation of the spell that I gave.
I'll tell him the word that I said, and see if he remembers.
Enchilada taco.
Ponerse de rodillas.
All of you guys will be able to see this here in a couple weeks when Gorbeck's Lost Days goes live.
Caleb,
There's dissonant
Yes.
whispers. Come on.
I know.
I know what the spell is. Arthur doesn't know what the spell is.
As
Yes,
a
Gander?
player, I know which spell it is. Just
can't think of a spell. They don't teach mind magic at the Adamant Spire.
Being of my nature, would I be able to tell what the spell is?
Well, sure, especially since mind magic is something you've spent some time around.
Yes.
So you can guess. So by the time you go psychic damage and spells that would be of roughly Gorbeck's skill level, it's a pretty small pool of potential spells, assuming it was a spell and not some other kind of manifestation.
All right. So I will name the name of the spell, which is Dissonant Whispers, and I will tell Gorbeck. I'll tell Gander what the spell is, because he's the one who asked me.
Doesn't channel any divine magics. Oh,
Perhaps.
No, but it doesn't mean that something else wasn't going on at the same time. It could
perhaps
have been an activation of something because of the area. It could have been
How close are y'all to the Underdark? Y'all in
also
it?
been
we
Because I know,
were.
cause I know like Lolth and all the other evil gods, they get kind of stronger in the Underdark.
No. The dark is way down there. Never go near it.
Dark is
I will also
Never go into the
say
Underdark.
that when it comes to magic, emotion plays a huge role in how spells are cast. So, if he was in a heightened sense of emotion, such as angry or something, that can definitely trigger such effects, depending on where you are in the magical nature of the area that you're in. I haven't seen anything specifically like this.
Yeah, you
But-
really don't observe goblins doing a lot of magic though. Like I mean a lot of magic. Because you mean usually it's just a subjugation thing and you go and you kill the shaman that does like one or two spells.
So, Indy,
Mhm.
Gorbeck,
Mm.
how was the emotional state during that spell? Were you angry?
Well, Andy
And
was
I'll
talking
ask
about
both of them.
Well, Andy was talking about that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, we were fighting, so I guess I was pissed off.
And we were definitely in a fight. He seemed more aggressive than he had been in other small little bits of combat that we've had. And it just
Yeah.
happened.
I think I was more angry than normal.
Well, I don't know the connection between Magoobliet and goblins. That's out of my wheelhouse.
I
I
mean,
don't think at this point we have enough information. I think this is just something that we're going to have to
Monitor.
observe if we can.
well, I mean, I'll get real mad and I mean,
No.
Not doing that here.
I apologize, but I had one more question to ask Azal.
I would say shoot, but that's more of an open invitation.
baby shoot.
Were you with Gorbeck when he purchased this bottle?
Yeah, I would recommend small doses.
Pops the lid off, grabs a little straw.
Or just slowly throughout the day. That's probably fine too.
You're gonna give it a shot,
Hooks it back up.
literally. Okay. It's definitely alcohol. It's like a really earthy liqueur, high proof, a little sweet on the front, but you get more of that medicine like Vicks menthol taste in the back.
I'm drinking lean.
It was meant to put you to sleep.
What do you think? What do you think Volra's trying to do? Go to Astroworld?
Oh no!
That reference
Too
is out of
soon.
date eventually.
Continuity.
Yeah. Volred, if you wouldn't mind rolling me an intelligence saving throw.
Whoa.
Right.
Well, he's proficient, so
If this is something that makes him go to sleep, don't elves have something
he
that?
can't be magically put to sleep.
Ooh.
But
so if I'm
medicinally,
let's see.
you can poison the fuck out of them.
Okay, why aren't you rolling?
Just
Virtual
give
tabletop not found.
so much Robitussin.
Well, it said 9 on my page.
Yeah. I see a
Okay,
nine.
I clicked it twice, and when it first came up, it was a higher number. But I did click
Well,
it
whatever
twice.
was first. I only saw one of them.
Shoot, I can't remember what it was because I saw it, and I'm like, "Where's the normal roll?" Fine, 9.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Just got a bunch of Robitussin.
It's in our
Gonna go
campaign
robo
game logs. He actually rolled a 20.
Oh
Okay.
shit!
Dirty 20.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
Usually.
that brief moment. You feel that really nice kind of cooling sensation go down your throat, and then it hits your stomach, and then it's almost kind of like it echoes back, and this feeling waves through your body, like up your spine, and you kind of get goosebumps, and you're like, oh, as then the feeling washes over your head, in your vision fish eyes for a moment, as it's like, okay, wow. There's a brief moment where you become just slightly less conscious. You get the sense there is just like some kind of, you could say, a narcotic effect laced in with this drink that you're basically taking some kind of drug mixed with alcohol. You're not sure, but on one hand you kind of like it.
Oh, so he's not like completely unconscious.
Oh no, he way past. It's just it's enough to that initial hit. He's like, whoa, I did not see that coming.
Gorbeck, did you just get him addicted to painkillers? He's chasing that high
that's
from now on.
That's what
not-
Captain Silvery says is like a roofie.
It's not what she said it was.
If you
So
like
I
roofie
don't know.
coladas.
I just wanted something that maybe he would like that tasted like cognac.
But you
She
Uh,
said small doses though, and
is all why small doses why?
is I would gesture at the expression, but there's like nothing there. It's like taking some really strong painkillers, And alcohol is don't operate heavy carts, and whenever you take this type of stuff, it's he's got a high tolerance. I'm sure elves are very durable and that kind of thing.
So Gorbeck drugged Volred?
I wave my hand like in front of Volred. Like, I don't know. It seems pretty normal.
And what I know, which one, or which
There's no
of the local
expression.
beverages
He's got a
he gave
mask
him.
on.
I was about to say he's just got a mask on.
His eyes can be fucking closed.
Roll me a perception check to see if you can catch a whiff of it.
Okay, let's see. Perception.
You would drink just a whole lot of cough syrup.
Let's see.
Turns out it is lean.
Yeah.
Right.
It's getting crunk.
Come on, finish.
Turn up.
I have to wait for the Asian.
Turnip?
Turn up.
May I interest you in a fresh turnip in these trying times?
Yeah, for
An
your
egg in
egg.
these trying times.
We need Danny DeVito. Momo, did you roll or are you frozen?
Oh. Okay, there he goes.
We're on the same
He's-
internet. I don't know how you froze.
Okay. Am I good now?
Nah, more or less. Just talk.
Yeah. This is what happens whenever I use any of the other applications on my computer while I'm trying to do things. Let me just get an actual dice.
What?
Yeah, roll the shiny bits.
Actual dice?
Unheard of, unless you're Beef
Yeah.
or Eric.
Am I still robo tripping right now?
That is an 11 plus 6, so that would be 17.
Okay, yeah. Volred, you had a question?
I just asked if I was still robo tripping right now.
Yeah, it's not like a trip. It's kind of like you can feel it. It's almost kind of like when you're first really starting to feel buzzed. It's like whatever it is, it hit you almost immediately, and you're like, "Wow, this can be very dangerous if I drink a whole lot of this."
Oh, don't
He's
tell
intrigued.
him that.
Look, he knows his alcohol, he knows his limits, and he knows this stuff will probably push that limit. So
Push it, dude.
anyway, Indy, you catch a quick whiff of a mint-like smell going through. It's like, no, there's something else there. And yeah, it seems familiar. You don't know what the druids here call it, but you have seen them use it. It's a type of plant that grows down here where there is no light. And so you generally, and it withers pretty quickly when exposed to light, so it has to be harvested in the dark. So it's a bit of a process, but it makes a morphine-like painkiller that the oil can put you in extreme relaxing, partial delirium.
Oh boy.
So yes, and in a high enough dose, you will definitely be tripping.
Yeah, that is definitely a painkiller.
Probably shouldn't mix with alcohol, but
Don't operate heavy carts.
Yeah, obviously, whatever this painkiller is, they cut it with alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey,
To make it less, don't put it with alcohol. That was when you go to an apothecary and ask for alcohol.
you get drugs.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we know the pharmaceutical shit. Be like Jace over there when he wants to make a special energy drink. He just starts like pulling everything out, and it's like, what can I fit in the bottle?
50% alcohol, 50%,
50%
wild card.
50%.
So I guess after taking the drink, after a moment, I would look at Gorbeck and say, I quite enjoy this. I don't know what it is, but I like it. But I think the true gift would have been to give all of us that same note you granted Azal. Arthur, is there any more paper in this house?
I pull out a couple stacks of paper.
Paper is made out of trees, and we're in a large tree. So, I mean, technically, there's a lot of paper. Yeah, let me look around real quick. I'm going to go check the locker / closet /
I open up
wood
my
door.
pack and pull out some paper.
I put away my paper.
Well, it would appear that you need to write a couple more of those.
But my gift.
That is a good first step in reobtaining trust with the group.
Take
And I
whatever.
will give Gorbeck the paper.
I'm gonna look at Volred. I'm gonna look at Caleb. And then I'm gonna run. I'm gonna drop everything. I'm gonna run.
I tackle him. Oh, wait. Nah, if he runs out the door, I'll just follow him. I won't tackle him. If he gets out the door. It's my job to keep an eye on him, so.
Okay.
I'm going to let him go. I'm going to let him go.
I look around.
Yep.
Yeah.
And at this
It's
point,
just like cats. They always find their way home.
at this
No, they
point,
don't.
usually, not always. At this point, Caleb is worn the fuck out.
Oh yeah, you
He's
also
going
have
to
it.
sleep.
You also haven't gotten like better from this.
No.
Nope,
I'm ready.
I'm going to sleep.
I'll go fight someone right now. I'm gonna fight Gorbeck.
It's all. Please don't tell anybody.
I'll show him.
He's all gone already.
I'll show him how to make his eyes glow.
Oh my god, figuring rage while you're walking after him. Just Gorbeck.
Nah, I'm on keeping an eye on duty. That's what I do. I'm a babysitter.
So,
I'm gonna go run back
basically-
to the blacksmith guy.
Okay. So basically, Zal just swapped one small creature for another.
That's all I do.
Well, Gander's been replaced.
Yeah. I'll keep
Anyway,
it safe.
so
I'm gonna try to fashion a dang somewhere for Ziggle to sleep. Because we all got bedrolls. But he ain't got no bedroll.
On the fucking floor.
No! He earned
No,
his spot.
yeah, Ziggle just kind of throws open the lid for the little trunks that is a trunk, and just hops in.
You good?
Close it and lock it.
And Ziggle, yeah, just kind of,
Ziggle good.
and he's
Okay.
like
There's
takes
two
the
blankets in there.
boots. Yeah,
There's two blankets in
and then
there.
Ziggle,
Okay.
yeah, he kind of like throws the blankets out and just kind of sets the boots down and uses them as a pillow.
So fucking dumb.
Oh my. Okay. Goblins. I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Anyway,
2 in the
so
afternoon. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, what time
actually-
is
No, it's nighttime.
Yeah.
We had dinner.
well, you guys had lunch. It's like late afternoon at this point.
Oh, you said it was after
It's
dinner.
dinner.
My insides.
No, you guys
were
had a
almost
late
my
lunch.
outsides.
What?
My insides were almost my outsides earlier today. I'm going to bed.
Someone
But,
kicked me. Someone kicked me
anyway,
out.
so Izal,
Yo.
you're able to keep an eye on Gorbeck as he seems to be making a beeline back towards the Tinkerer. And Gorbeck, as you arrive, the individual is looking like he's working on something. Kind of looks at you as you pull yourself out of the water up to the platform. And the guy goes, "Oh, I see. You have returned. Yes. You are come back for your spear, yes?"
I'm gonna look like a wet dog and like hide behind wherever he's working.
Mr. is like, is that a no or a yes?
Huh? What?
Your trident.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Huh? And as soon as he hears
Yeah,
trident,
right.
he's gonna perk up.
And he pulls the trident out. The modifications are simple. It looks as though he's added like some fish tooth barbs to the tips of the trident, so that like when you stab through and you pull back, it'll break off pieces of shrapnel inside the wound. And it looks as though he's added some aesthetic stuff to make it look a little more vicious and reinforce some of the joints, so that way it can take a harder hit without breaking.
It's got racing stripes to go faster.
Yeah, everything's painted red, so that way it, moves faster.
Has a spoiler on it.
Not red. No.
Not red.
Well,
red
that's-
makes it deal more damage.
We're not so Mesha up in here. Okay.
Shut up.
No, I know that. I'm just talking about like in 40K, where that's actually an upgrade for the orcs. If you paint it red, it moves faster.
Red was making it deal more damage. Yellow made it faster.
Red makes
I'm
it go
pretty
faster
sure
now.
the
Sure. Oh, okay.
This one's
Yeah.
got
Purple
some
is
price
stealthy.
tag on it.
Oh.
Oh man, this is neat. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna sit here for a while. I am gonna sit here for a while.
Just looking around. This is a very small space, and I am in the middle of working on
And
something.
I'm going to immediately sit down.
And he just kind of looks over. What is wrong with your friend?
I think he's trying to hide from me.
Oh, frick!
Yeah, I hold my hand up to my ring of swimming. It's like, yeah, this water doesn't do much for me. So
I'm gonna be like, listen, I gave you that because I felt like because we had a moment, and then there's only so much I could do right now. This is just gonna take a lot for me to feel like I could just give everybody a piece of paper, scissors. I'm not gonna do stupid crap.
you know what you should do? Just try not to do the stupid crap.
Well, this is something that I'm gonna work on.
Then you
I
can-
gave a
then-
whole speech about it.
Then you can give him a gift that is worthless because they'll never have to use it. That's a great prank, by the way. Give them something they'll never be able to use because you're gonna try to not do that. That or put their hand in water when they're asleep. That one's also pretty good.
Needs to be warm water.
Yeah.
Stick my
Luke.
trident in the ground.
Room temperature water is basically one. Look, you don't have to give them paper. They'll probably forget about it. Volder will probably forget about it pretty soon if he keeps drinking that stuff. But just keep trying. I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but like the options were to come back down into the caves and come find you, or carry on with the whole goblin thing. And our first motion was to come find you. So clearly we care about you. It's just we want to make sure you're not going to make this mistake. Because one of these times you're going to put yourself in a situation where we're not going to go find you alive in a grove. We're going to go find a body at the bottom of a waterfall.
Yeah, I know.
That's a terrible trident, by the way. Those barbs are just. Why is it got a stripe on it? I mean, aesthetically, it's okay, but it's more like something you put on a wall and say, "Hey, look at this thing I bought."
Well, I'm gonna put it on a wall with someone through it.
You should like throw it really hard at the wall, so it sticks in and like hang stuff on it.
No, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might. use it.
I certainly appreciate that you have resolved your differences, but as I said, I am in the middle of working, and I would appreciate it, since our business is concluded, if you leave my shop.
Wanna go get drunk, Gorbeck?
No, but I want a glass of milk.
Well, I heard there's like some place where they serve some type of liquid, so what kind of milk they have down here? That'd be weird. Mushroom milk?
I'm gonna start. I don't know. I'll just follow Exalt.
Come on. Wanna hold the sword again?
No, I got this cool trident that you don't like, so I gotta try
It's
to make
just the
something
weird,
happen.
the reverse barb thing on it.
No, well.
Wanna hold Krieg's head?
Yeah, no. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's always an option. Till we turn it in, and then it's not an option anymore.
You make your way into the tavern and find something to drink. It appears, from what you can tell, to be some kind of fermented berry mix that is pretty good. It's like it reminds you kind of like wine, but something that's just a little sweeter than a red grape. So
I'll keep Gorbeck company until we decide to head back.
Before I lay down, is Indy still in the hut?
Sure am.
Could have decked on the face.
and Gorbeck's in your bed.
Gorbeck's not in my bed. They're out drinking.
No, sorry, Gander.
Oh no, Gander's in his bedroll.
I
Or is
thought
he in
he
my
laid
bed?
down on the bed.
No, I said bedroll.
Okay, sorry.
I completely forgot there was a bed.
Roland's passed out
Yeah,
leaning
I was
against the wall. Like,
Sorry, I just assumed Gander would have saw bed and just been done with it. It's like, soft surface.
So Arthur is going to slowly and cautiously approach Indy. So I wanted to apologize for punching you in the face whenever I first met you. I'm having a very hard time looking at you right now, but just know that it's a personal problem that I am personally working on and not something that you yourself have done. Also, where are you going after all this is over? Because you did your task, right?
Yeah. I was gonna go back to my hold and resume my duties that I have there.
Great. Well, we're leaving in the morning.
Mhm.
So
If you're asking if I wanted to travel along with you, I think it.
I'm not asking. I'm definitely not asking that. That is definitely not what was about to roll off my tongue. I was actually going to say if you could be gone before the time we leave, that would be great. Because you can't stay in my mama house.
Oh, no,
But,
that's perfectly fair. I was gonna leave out just before you guys all went to bed.
Oh, thank you so much. Arthur, without looking at Indy, is going to extend his hand out to Indy and like slowly grasp it and shake it and just say, I am so sorry for the mean, awful, and accurate things that I said about you earlier today. And it was a pleasure meeting you, and I can't say I hope to see you again, but I enjoyed your presence towards the latter end of the day. And I will work on my own issues with Otten and my fear of them.
I accept your apology.
Great, cool. I'm gonna go lay down now. Yeah, you just stay over here, and
Okay.
then great seeing you.
If I may, just before you pass out, can I try to think of the words to say this? Can I do something for you?
Explain what this something is before you come over here, because I promise I can't make.
I don't even have to go over there.
Bequeath.
Okay.
But may
I? Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I will reach into my little side pocket of skin, pull out a little bag, and open it up and cast the powder that's in it up into the sky, making almost an image of the night stars.
Oh God, are we about to do? Hold on, I was told.
And I'm going to use it to cast augury.
Oh, okay. So
Just
you see him reach in, pull out this like diamond powder type dust, and when he throws it up, it seems to settle in a constellation that just kind of hangs in the ceiling of this place. Doesn't give off very much light, but you can clearly see the firmament, the heavens on the ceiling. And so you're casting augury
on their future travels out of the mountain.
Okay. Let's see here. So, as you're kind of looking, going, okay, all right, you watch as the stars begin to shift a little bit. And in the distance, stars that are very far away start to shine brightly. And almost sort of, for you who can look at the stars and interpret patterns, you see this beautiful kind of river that seems to flow through the nightscape, bringing, it is the kind of feeling of a path of nature that just brings bounty and luck. A river to your people. So such to say, to quote Lawrence of Arabia.
That's a good sign, actually. I see very good and bountiful travels in your future out of the mountain.
Well, since we're giving gifts to each other, this might actually help. Arthur will get up and walk back over towards Indy, and he's gonna punch him. He's gonna punch him and heal him, and try to heal him for the amount of damage that he did earlier in the day. But to Indy, all it is like a punch. So
It's kind of odd. It's like being punched in the face with like a sock 'em bopper. So you can feel the force, but it just radiates out and feels remarkably good as the force reverberates through your wounds.
it's not the druid magic, but I'm not gonna lie, it also kind of felt good to punch you again.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I'm gonna go lay down now. Good knowing you.
Absolutely. May the stars guide your way.
And Melody yours.
I'm gonna head out. This is peaceful leagues.
So, later on in the evening, Izal and Gorbeck stumble back into the hut. I imagine you guys go to bed pretty promptly. Yep.
Yes.
See.
So, the morning question mark finds you with a quick rap tap tap on the door frame of the house that you guys are in.
I guess I will go and open the door since
Your house.
technically my mama house.
Blake it over. Your house.
Your house.
Yep.
You
go and slide back it's not really a door, it's just like layers of leather hide. And so as you kind of open the flaps, there you find Chitu and another Grove Warden that you don't recognize, who are there, and go kind of peeks in a little bit. Welcome. It is morning and time for you to depart if you are ready.
It's like 5 o'clock. Like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, is this standard checkout time? Usually people they don't kick us out.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "What are you talking about? It's mid-morning."
The hotel is bullshit.
Is this some weird nature thing that you?
I understand. It can be difficult because you do not see the sun. Also, you guys were very wounded arriving yesterday, so most likely you slept long and hard.
I get up out of insult.
Fair enough. But yeah, it's you guys kind of feel like whenever it's Saturday and you just kind of close the blackout curtains, and then you wake up and you realize, oh shit,
Get up when we
it's
get
kind of
up.
late in the morning. Yeah, I'm
Get
way
up and
overslept.
Sunday. Shit.
Win-win.
All right, y'all. It's time to get up. We gotta go.
Caleb will slowly get up, pack his shit. It'll take him about a good 20 minutes to be like, where's Indy?
Oh, I politely yet firmly asked him to leave. He left last night.
I didn't get to tell him goodbye.
He used some of his druid magic and foresaw some of our journeys as a gift to all of us, just saying that it looks like our journey will be bountiful down the mountain, and that was kind of his goodbye.
All right.
I don't know if that's really accurate. I don't know if he really wanted to say goodbye. I was kind of scared shitless. So
Well, I hope I run into him again sometime.
I hope you do too. Just not with me. So yeah, Indy's gone.
I flip Ziggle out of the log.
Don't.
Flip Gander out of his bedroll. Like go over to
No.
Just kind of shove him a little bit. Then get the fuck up. We're leaving.
Everything hurts.
Yeah, it'll hurt in another city. Let's go.
City. Bad.
So, you guys take a little bit of time to get your stuff together. Chitu and the other Grove Warden, who introduces himself as Mohe, now escort you guys, casting a nice quick water walking. And you guys thankfully start traipsing atop the water. You guys travel farther back into the mangrove away from the village until you find this rather large mangrove tree that's grown. The trunk, you can guess in not diameter, but just in raw width, is probably about 6 or 7 feet, so like a pretty chunky boy. And it seems to have built, the locals here have built up some kind of a rough platform around it. And there are like handmade lanterns that just hang about. So as goes through, Chitu is like, I can get you close to the city and the eastern side. It would be best not to drop you in the middle.
Yes.
I agree.
Freak him out. Sitting right in the middle of it.
No, let's go as far as
I'd
we
rather
can.
not go to a trial by combat within the first 5 minutes of showing up.
Come on, Zickle. Let's
Yes.
go.
It was like, okay.
Oh, wait, you're bringing us, we're not going to be in the mountain?
And then we'll be at the outskirts of the city.
Well, I mean, Ziggle's
Yeah.
got to go back to his Short Ear clan.
He was kicked out of the short deer.
I'm pretty sure he's going back to a human settlement.
That
Yeah,
was the
We were
agreement.
supposed to lead him back to a human settlement that might be more willing to accept a goblin.
So he's coming
I'm
with us.
confused.
We're gonna have to do some convincing when we get to town. Let's just put it that way.
We're just going to
So-
drop him off the city. Well, sort of.
So Chitu is like, traveled by tree before?
No.
Never.
No, but I'm so
Well-
pumped. Let's go. Let's do it.
Only once.
Once
Do I
I
just touch
open it, run through as fast as possible.
Am I going to get a splinter?
I'll be at the back
Not
of the line
unless you-
to make sure everyone gets through.
Right.
I'll
Ready?
go first.
And then you watch as Chitu lays his hand on the tree. You hear a cracking noise as it looks like a split appears in the middle and then widens out large enough for a medium creature to pass through. There's light and like fresh sea air seems to pour in through the breach into the cave.
Art bolts.
Gander goes.
Caleb goes,
Volred.
I just
Gorbeck?
usher everyone through. Make sure Gorbeck makes it through. And
So
Zig.
we can go.
Passes through. Your eyes are suddenly overcome with brightness at the sudden appearance of a sun overhead. And that is where we are going to call it tonight.
already.
Woo! All right, guys. So that is it for chapter 23. Feel free to come back next week when we do chapter 24.
No.
And then,
You are wrong,
nope,
Eric.
nope,
No,
nope,
oh,
next
nope,
week.
nope.
all right.
Join
Oh,
us
dang it.
for Gorbeck's
Nice.
Lost Days debut of episode 1, and the following week will be episode 2 for the special. I'll be there chatting with people in the chat as we watch the clusterfuck of that stuff was.
Yeah,
I saw it.
that's actually a good idea because we talked a lot of Lost Days shit in RP today, so be good for everyone to get caught up.
You all get to see that stuff. Ari will be joining me on Adjacent with Jace this Thursday. This episode of Black Tower Stories will be live on Thursday around 12 o'clock. So join us Thursday, followed by the next 2 weeks of the Gorbeck's Lost Days story. You can see just how fucked up that shit was. It was just stupid.
Wow.
It was
I
Gorbeckian.
saw it, and yeah. Just so check us out next week. Check us this Thursday. There will be another spoiler clip set up for this Thursday, the final spoiler before Gorbeck's Lost Days does its debut. Everyone enjoy, because the next time you see us will be the 30th. Correct, Eric?
Yes.
Yeah. 2
I
weeks
think
off.
that is what I
Yes.
wrote down, and you told me it was correct. Yes.
Wow. 3 Tuesdays away.
Yes, 11:30. So right at the end of the month, we're back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Oh yeah.
Woo.
So enjoy, everybody. Have a good night. Eric,
Love you.
do the hand
Bye.
The hand thing. I
Whatever.
don't know what hand thing
Yeah,
you're
that'll
talking
work.
about.
He's doing that.